and we will make sure that all the communities that live around this forest become part of the ecosystem of looking after the forest in Kaptagat, as we do for all other forests across Kenya. Kwa hivyo, mimi nataka niwaulize watu wa Kaptagat, katika hii mpango, ndani ya miaka 5, tumekubaliana ya kwamba watu ambao wanaishi katika ecosystem hii ya Kaptagat Forest, ndani ya miaka 5 tutawapatia ng'ombe 28,000. Nimepatia mama moja hapo yake, nimemwambia sasa aende achunge. Ndio ule mama, huyo nimeshampatia ng'ombe yake. Si ndio? Ule urengo Magdalena. Mlisema anaitwa Magdalena? Huyo Magdalena huyo. Huyo Magdalena ako na ng'ombe tayari ya maziwa.
Kikureno Magdalena nebo Kamite. Abunu Kapteren Mutei. Elgeyo Marakwet County. Kinengalal president ko kiki chepyosok 8 chekirepresentani ko kiamnyane Kesu Forest. Kele chepyosok choto ngo nengolole. Kele chonyi. Osom alechi kokon anyun ngololi kutit. Amu akose kutit amwa. Kele cho kongoi. Ako kiamwa ale kongoi. Kongoi kokakenyoru teta, kelu chego, atyo kenyoru ngalekab biogas. Komakebendi Kwenik Forest. Angololji president. Alechi kongoi kabisa teta. Ko teta nikikobirtegei picha ko nikiarepresentani, lakini kiinglet ko amu kakomwa president kainenyu kekona nenyu anyoru teta netui. Koni okere sai yuto. Kergei tuga. Amu tinye at least 7 months in. Tupchar. Kisirto muse 2005. Ketebi boisiet. Akoi kotar lagok.
A very good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Panda House and welcome Faith.
Thank you so much. We're so happy to have you. Welcome to Panda House again. I see most of you have served your food. Please enjoy. Just a few housekeeping to make sure you're comfortable during your stay here. We have our washrooms right on my right. There's a small, beautiful building with flowers and trees and leaves. Right on the right, there's a ladies, and on the left, there's a gents. We also have another washroom right behind our office. There's a green block, and there's a ladies and a gents. And worry not, our ushers are here to assist you to make sure you have a seamless experience.
Thank you very much, Faith. So let's enjoy our lunch. We have about 25 minutes, but we will be starting at exactly 2:30. Yeah. Karibuni sana and feel most welcome.
Karibu.
Kaptagat Forest will be fully restored, and we will make sure that trees that live around this forest become part of the ecosystem of looking after the forest in Kaptagat, as we do for all other forests across Kenya. Kwa hivyo, mimi nataka niwaulize watu wa Kaptagat, katika hii mpango, ndani ya miaka 5, tumekubaliana ya kwamba watu ambao wanaishi katika ecosystem hii ya Kaptagat Forest, ndani ya miaka 5 tutawapatia ng'ombe 28,000. Nimepatia mama moja hapo yake, nimemwambia sasa aende achunge. Ndio ule mama, huyo nimeshampatia ng'ombe yake. Si ndio? Ule urengo Magdalena. Mlisema anaitwa Magdalena? Huyo Magdalena huyo. Huyo Magdalena ako na ng'ombe tayari ya maziwa.
Kikureno Magdalena nebo Kamite. Abunu Kapteren Mutei. Elgeyo Marakwet County. Kinengalal president ko kiki chepyosok 8 chekirepresentani ko kiamnyane Kesu Forest. Kele chepyosok choto ngo nengolole. Kele chonyi. Osom alechi kokon anyun ngololi kutit. Amu akose kutit amwa. Kele cho kongoi. Ako kiamwa ale kongoi kokakenyoru teta kelu chego atyo kenyoru ng'alekab biogas komakebendi kwenik forest. Ang'ololchi president alechi kongoi kabisa ing teta. Ko teta nikikobirtegei picha ko nikiarepresentani, lakini ki ing let ko amu kakomwa president kainenyu kekona nenyu anyoru teta netui. Ko ni okere sai ing yutok. Kergei tuga amu tinye at least 7 months in. Tupchar kisirto muset 2005 ketebi ai boisiet akoi kotar lagok sukul. Ngetinye tuga cheila karibu 4-6 yo ko ngoba forest kotikikituiyo chego koiku 6 liters. Kokosich ane teta neuni amache amwa kongoi amu kokakoboiwo lagochu amakwerie teta forest. Ing yoto ko melin kele kakwetyi biko. Mbarenichu kitinye ko mengechen ako nito ninywanet ni nguno ko mining. Ko amu ngo mining mbaret komoche koba tuga forest. Ko ngoba tuga forest ko akere kora hasara amu ibe ng'atatiat ko forest komanyoru nebo biogas. Ko amache amwa ale abaibai amu kanyoru tanyi komaboisie eng oret nenyolu. Amache amwa akobo Kaptagat forest. Mito kinyoru beek, kinyoru kumyat, akenyoru suswot nemuche keng'ei sibekebae tuga, akenyoru koristo nekararan eng Kaptagat forest. Koamwoni biik aleni ongerib akeyochi boisiet amu ninyo mobo chi ninyondet Kaptagat forest.
We are the javelin moran of the Mara. We use our spear to win, not to kill. Our vision is very clear. In ancient time, the Maasais were using the spears to test their bravery, going to kill lions. Then they were using it as a form of security in their homes because they used to kill those lions as feeding to their livestock. As we speak, we quitted from killing the wildlife. We are now friendly to them.
The spear can be used for sport, and one of them is javelin, which the Maasais are very good at. We have launched today the javelin sport in Marasiana Conservancy as an awareness sport to the landowners, especially the young men.
As a conservation sport activity, we really love it, and most of the members are so surprised of how we are told that the javelin exercise can even become a revenue stream.
We are looking forward to integrating this issue to look like an event maybe on one of the future days, or maybe something to support the local community and to also inspire the young nation on the new ways of maybe, let's say, the new ideas that javelin is coming in with, other than the normal way we used to use the spear. Because we used to use the spear to kill the lion, to kill the wild animal, and to do some other funny stuff.
What we're doing now with the javelin morans of the Mara is ensuring that we're using spears to win rather than to kill. To win in terms of ensuring that we're supporting conservation and mitigating human-wildlife conflict.
It's now a very good opportunity for us to come out to the community as the javelin morans of the Mara, to change the idea of the whole community that javelin or our spears are now used to win rather not to kill.
Julius said back to us is javelin throwing, it is an activity that actually earns a living to someone. As he said, it is an exposure because he had been traveling abroad to different countries, whereby I saw it's a passion also.
If you can teach these people on how to throw this thing far, in a more competition way, it becomes something nice. I don't know if you can see, there is a flying javelin there, and it's really exciting. As a professional javelin thrower, when you see that javelin flying the way he was doing it, it's so nice, and that shows that we have talents in the Mara. Traditionally, I think we all know that the Maasai can throw the spear. But then now we have the javelin, which is now a more advanced way of doing it in a sport where the spear. And what if now we teach these people to use the javelin, not the spear, as a sport? And because that also will earn something for them.
One time, I had that dream to be like Julius Yego. Since I started to being a javelin, I went to nationals. We didn't have any support for us to be in another levels. But today, we are so happy and excited that for the WWF groups who came to organize in Mara Siena Conservancy, we are so grateful and we are hoping good things might be happen. Our dreams will be in another level. So we are expecting, since today, now our dreams might be answered again.
When did we start seeing ourselves as separate from nature? When did we forget that the trees we use for wood and paper are the very source of the air we breathe? That we share with other warm-blooded mammals the same wants and needs? That without the others we cannot live? Instead of wanting to take from Mother Earth, we need to give. Nature is not something we are apart from or deserve. It is the very fabric of life, a home we must conserve. We must appreciate what can be achieved when we gather. In unity and strength, people working harmoniously together. In respect, appreciation, and in preservation of nature.
Wenn die afrikanische Morgendämmerung anbricht, hallt ein Geräusch durch die Ebenen, eine Stimme, so alt wie das Land selbst. Das Brüllen des Löwen. Seit Jahrhunderten sind Löwen ein Symbol für Mut, Stärke und Einheit. In Kenia sind sie nicht einfach nur Wildtiere. Sie sind Teil unseres Erbes, verwoben mit unserer Kultur, unserem Tourismus und unserer Identität. Der Löwe ist eine wichtige Tierart. Ihre Anwesenheit prägt das Gleichgewicht der Natur. Wenn Löwen gedeihen, gedeihen auch die Ökosysteme. Sie helfen, die Lebensräume in Schach zu halten, die Vegetation zu schützen und die Gesundheit des Landes zu bewahren. Der Löwe ist ein sehr wichtiges Tier in unserer Gesellschaft. Er ist ein Symbol für Stärke, ein Symbol für Macht. Wir glauben also an die Stärke des Löwen, die die Stärke der Gemeinschaft ist, die Stärke und die Macht der Menschen. Der Löwe ist ein enger Freund der Maasai. Im Laufe der Zeit haben wir Partnerschaften geschlossen, insbesondere mit der Organisation WWF. Er ist ein sehr guter Freund unserer Gemeinschaft. Wir haben viele gemeinsame Werte geteilt und Entscheidungen getroffen, die der Gesellschaft als Ganzes und dem Land insgesamt helfen können. Allein im letzten Jahrhundert sind Löwen aus über 90% ihres historischen Verbreitungsgebiets verschwunden. In Kenia ist ihre Zahl von geschätzten 30.000 in der Mitte des Jahrhunderts auf heute weniger als 2.500 gesunken. Löwen werden viel zu oft als Bedrohung für Nutztiere, Sicherheit und Lebensgrundlagen angesehen. Aber in Wahrheit gehören Löwen zu uns. Sie sind ein unersetzliches Erbe, das Besucher aus aller Welt anzieht, den Gemeinden Einkommen bringt und inspirierende Geschichten liefert, die seit Generationen erzählt werden. Löwen zu schützen bedeutet, Lebensgrundlagen zu schützen. Wildtiertourismus trägt Milliarden zu unserer Wirtschaft bei, finanziert Schulen und Kliniken und sichert Tausende von Arbeitsplätzen. Das Brüllen eines Löwen ist nicht nur ein Geräusch. Es ist der Herzschlag von Kenias wilder Zukunft. Wir können die Zukunft der Löwen sichern, indem wir sichere Räume schaffen, Konflikte zwischen Mensch und Wildtieren reduzieren, naturschutzfreundliche Lebensgrundlagen unterstützen und die Gesetze zum Schutz von Wildtieren stärken. Ich bin Billy Cat. Ich arbeite beim Mara Predator Conservation Program. Wir sind in Mara ansässig und unterstehen dem Umbrella Wildlife Trust. Diese Anrufer helfen uns normalerweise dabei, uns zu warnen, wenn ein Löwe oder vielleicht ein Gepard in die Gemeinde geht. Wir erhalten auch eine Warnung. Dies hilft uns, die Ranger zu unterstützen. Wir unterstützen auch die Gemeinde, sodass wir jede Eskalation von Konflikten zwischen Mensch und Wildtieren verhindern können. Diese Anruferin hier zum Beispiel, diese Frau nennen wir Normotai. Normoti stammt aus dem Omotai Pride im Mara Conservancy. Wir haben diese Frau bisher verfolgt und es ist gut möglich, dass wir sie mit ihren Gehegen gefunden haben, die wir vor ein paar Minuten gesehen haben. Mithilfe dieses Halsbands wissen wir jetzt genau, wo sich diese Frau und die anderen Primaten aufhalten. Das ist so wichtig, weil wir wissen, wo sich der Löwe aufhält. Dieses Halsband hilft uns dabei, die Tiere zu schützen, damit sie keine Konflikte in den Gemeindegebieten verursachen. Wir haben mehrere Gründe, Löwen zu schützen. Erstens sind Löwen enorm wichtig für ein Ökosystem. Sie helfen, es ins Gleichgewicht zu bringen. Zweitens erzielen wir allein durch diese Raubtiere Einnahmen durch Touristen. Drittens müssen wir diese Löwen für zukünftige Generationen schützen, damit sie an Orten leben können, an denen sie sicher und gesund sind. Beim WWF-Kenya arbeiten wir mit Gemeinden, Naturschutzpartnern, Regierungen und anderen Interessengruppen zusammen, um sicherzustellen, dass das Brüllen der Löwen niemals verstummt. Die Zukunft der Löwen liegt in unseren Händen. Jede Entscheidung, die wir treffen, von der Unterstützung des Naturschutzes bis zur Meldung von Wildtierkriminalität, entscheidet darüber, ob unsere Kinder ein Land erben, in dem Löwen frei herumlaufen können. An Orten, an denen wir zusammenarbeiten, nimmt die Löwenzahl zu und Konflikte werden zu Koexistenz. Während sich Angst in Stolz verwandelt, lasst uns zusammenstehen, um unseren Stolz für unser Erbe, unsere Zukunft und die Könige der Wildnis zu schützen.
I am in Gutale, Borana Conservancy in Garissa County. This conservancy was set aside by communities to conserve biodiversity, but also to take care of their livestock to improve their well-being. When WWF came here about 2 years ago, this area experienced 4 years of consecutive drought. The place was bare, and there were carcasses of livestock and wildlife spread all over the place. One of the projects that WWF supported is construction of 6 million liters capacity of water pan. This we did from September last year. The communities had vowed that every time it rains, however long it takes, they will collect every single drop of rainwater to be able to sustain themselves and become climate resilient into the future. In April this year, luckily the rains came and the water pan is now full to the brim with a capacity of 6 million liters of water. It is going to support 5,000 community members who live here and also other community members.
Good afternoon once again. We invite all those who are outside to start making their way in. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes, so kindly make your way into the tent, and in another 5 minutes we should be able to start our program.
Solar power.
Thank you.
This is an arid area with plenty of sunlight, and therefore the solar power is going to generate enough power to be able to pump the water to 2 troughs which have been constructed around this water pan. One trough is going to exclusively be used for wildlife, and it has been constructed 200 meters away from this water pan and also away from the village where the communities live. The other trough has been constructed very close to where the communities live so that they can be able to use for their domestic purposes but also for their livestock. The idea is to ensure that we reduce human-wildlife conflict and ensure that people and wildlife live in harmony. Now come with me, let me show you this installation. So this is the solar panel which is going to pump water from the water pan to the troughs. Let me show you how it works. All you need is to put it on. So when you turn the switch on, this solar power pumps the water from the water pan to the trough for wildlife and the trough for people and livestock. It is hard to believe that this lush and green landscape was totally bare just a few months ago. The negative impacts of drought is going to take a very long time before the communities recover. Therefore, some emergency support is still needed. However, this is the right moment where we need to think of mid-term and long-term measures to build the climate resilience for the communities who live here and for biodiversity. WWF is going to embark on long-term measures like sustainable rangeland management, ecological restoration, and development of various nature-based enterprises to build the resilience of communities and biodiversity on the impacts of climate change in this landscape. The dream for this community has now come to pass. The water pan is full to the brim and it is going to support the communities, their livestock and wildlife for the many months to come. This water pan has now been fenced all around to ensure that it is not hazardous to the communities, to the livestock and also the wildlife. We are also going to embark on restoration of the ecosystem around the water pan by planting indigenous trees all around it. Thank you. This project would not have been possible without your donation.
So good afternoon. We invite you to have your seats so that we can begin our program this afternoon. We start in the next 1 minute.
Thank you all. Everyone is looking lovely and dashing. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch, and no worries if you're not done. Take your time. You can have it as we have our seats. We'll be starting in the next few seconds. Karibuni sana Panda House. Very lovely. Okay, wonderful. I think we're ready to roll. Thank you so much for coming today.
Great, our chief guest in absentia is making his way here. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the Royal Dutch Embassy in Kenya, the Chairman of the WWF-Kenya Board, Mr. Isaac Awondo, our CEO, Mohammed Awer, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and to all our guests, more than 22 who are joining us virtually from across the world, good morning, good afternoon, hamjambo nyote, hamjambo tena. It is a wonderful afternoon today, very good to see familiar faces. The last time we had such a gathering, it was the open house, and I'm glad our friends, our partners are joining us today on this afternoon where we have christened the event together with my co-MC, a triple shot espresso. We will have 3 events back to back for the next couple of hours. It won't be boring, I promise. And we are sure to enjoy ourselves, to learn, and also to engage. So as we start, I know some of you are having forks in your hands. Please, you can put them down. Give your neighbor a high five and tell them this thing. Tell them, you must have been a beautiful baby. Yeah, I know. We are all beautiful when we are babies, and then we grow up and become handsome and beautiful. Great, so my name is Alex Kubasu. My day job here at WWF Kenya is to lead our green economy and policy work, and I will be a co-MC with my colleague.
Yes, my name is Faith Jelagat. I support communication at WWF Kenya. So many lovely faces, and we'll take you through this afternoon, but a good event is not just good captains, but a good audience, right? And you're an incredible audience. We're looking forward to a fantastic day, packed a triple espresso. When you go home, that should be the wrap-up of this event.
Great, and to kick us off is our board chairman, Mr. Isaac Awondo, who would welcome us to this lovely venue, lovely afternoon. So Isaac Awondo, kindly welcome, and let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed. I want to be very short on protocols, but recognize that they are very, very important partners of ours here. And so I take this opportunity to welcome you all to our home, the WWF-Kenya offices. It would be remiss of me to welcome you without recognizing that the day-to-day management of WWF is obviously with Mohammed and a board which has supported me and Mohammed. So I want to take this opportunity very, very quickly to introduce board members who are here today. And I'd like to start as Krishna arrived. Krishna Uni was supposed to be here. If he hasn't arrived, he's one of our board members, and I'm sure he'll be here shortly. Agnes Odhiambo. Agnes, please stand so that the people can see you. Caroline Rabar. Maggie Ireri. I know that Dorothy Oko is not with us at the moment, but no, she actually gave her apologies, so won't be with us. Richard Kagwamba. Ravi Saikant, who is also a board member, is not here with us today. Saadia Effendi. Joe Otin. And with us today is somebody we will be welcoming next year to join our board, Richard Mutiso. And Harrison Ojuang, who is also a new board member, will also be Harrison is here, just traveled specially for this event. And then, of course, I'd like to acknowledge in absentia Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed, who served on this board until just about 3 months ago. As the MC has indicated, this is, did he call it a triple espresso? Triple espresso. This is a very, very special day for us. And I'm grateful that you would all find time in your busy schedules to come and celebrate this event with us. I hope that it will be worth your while. I actually expect that it will be worth your while because some of the things we have to discuss and some of the things we have to showcase will demonstrate to you that WWF Kenya plays a very, very special role in this country. And I look forward as we celebrate the events of today of working very, very closely with you. I do hope that you enjoy the day and look forward to meeting and seeing all of you working with us in the future. With those few remarks, I do welcome you again and look forward to meeting each and every one of you. Thank you very much, MC.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That was a great introduction to our session. Now we are coming into our first espresso shot. First expression short, we are going to launch our annual report. And we are saying if FY25 was leaving footsteps, it was leaving footsteps in communities, in landscapes, in forests, and that will be showcased in a very, very beautiful way this afternoon. And with that, I would love to invite our Head of Conservation Programs, Jackson Kiplagat, to welcome us to this section of the program.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. As mentioned, this is the first part of the Tribal Expresso. And we have a 10-year strategy, 2020-2030, with 6 important goals, 5 conservation goals, and 1 organizational excellence goal. Today, we wish to launch our progress towards 2030 by sharing the milestones that we've managed to achieve in the financial year 2025. And allow me to invite the digital team to share with us this progress. Over to you.
May I have your attention, please? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's give a round of applause even as you watch this video. Congratulations to WWF-Kenya for launching your FY 2025 annual report. We'll keep watching the video to see some of the highlights that you'll be able to see in the report. Fantastic, beautiful cover. Another year to celebrate great achievement of what we've been able to do together with partners, with the staff, with our communities across our different landscapes, across our different goals and outcomes. Very, very beautiful. If you like the tune, you could dance to it. It's a nice song. The video team did a fantastic job with this one. Be able to access a copy of the report and have a look at what we've been able to do in FY 25. Piano vibe is giving. I don't know how many know I'm a piano. The person who edited this must be Gen Z, right? Beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Thank you to everyone who's made this possible. What an amazing, amazing report. And I would love for us to launch this with a beautiful, of course it's not a launch without fireworks, right? Okay. Before that, we want to do a beautiful photo session. So I want to welcome a very special guest to help us launch and commemorate this annual report. And I would like to invite on stage Ambassador from the Royal Dutch Embassy. Please join me on stage. I would also love to invite our board chair, Isaac Awondo, to join us on stage. I would also love to invite you, our CEO, Mohamed Awer, and I would love to invite you as well, Jackson Kiplagat. Please come on stage and Joel here will assist me in giving this beautiful copy of the reports. And you can access this with the QR code. And I will invite our key photographer, who's this person. Chris, take over. So we listen to Chris to get very beautiful photos. And we'll cue the team very soon to be able to give us some sparks and fire and lighting. We have to celebrate this the Kenyan way. Or is it the African way? I would also love to invite Monet Duplessis to please join this beautiful photo. Please come on stage. Karibu sana. Wonderful, wonderful. You all look lovely. Put on your best smile. Okay, just hold it up. Yes, very beautiful, lovely. Whenever you're ready. Okay, the Kenyan way is coming right up. It has heard I said the Kenyan way and I decided to reject my politics. There we go. Never give up. That is the lesson. Never give up. Beautiful. Let's give a round of applause for the launch of the FY 2025 annual report. An incredible year by WWF-Kenya, partners, every panda. All of you have been a part of the incredible work that we've done together. Thank you so much. So lovely. So I don't want you to leave the stage. I would love for us to bring in some chairs. And I'll invite our senior leadership team from WWF-Kenya to join us to get a second photo together. So please don't leave the stage. I'd love to call upon our senior leadership team to join this. They have been at the back steering the progress, helping us make sure that we achieve these goals. And as I've mentioned, right on your table there's a program. You can scan the QR. I'd also love to welcome our network CEOs, Carolina, Heike. Please come to the front. We'd love for you to be part of this photo. Fantastic. Very, very beautiful. Very beautiful. We are almost there. Our photographers are ready, giving us some nice instructions. If you'd like a copy of the annual report, right on your table there's a program. You can scan the QR code. And right after this, we'll also put it for you on screen to be able to scan and get a copy. We made sure to print very few, otherwise we would not be accomplishing our footprint greens, right? Thank you very much. Very, very beautiful. Let's give another hand of applause for this fantastic, fantastic achievement. Beautiful. We're still doing it the Kenyan way. Wow, congratulations to WWF Kenya. What a fantastic way to start our shots of espresso. Very, very beautiful. Let's see your best smile. Lovely. And worry not. By the way, these are eco-friendly, right? They're not like fireworks, so there's no harm to the environment. So we're doing really good. We're doing really good. Fantastic. I don't know if our photographers are done. Thank you very, very much for coming on stage. Please have your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. What an incredible way for us to launch our FY25 annual report as WWF Kenya. Beautiful. Ask the team to come and help us and pick the seats on stage. So our first shot of expression is quite short, but as I mentioned, you can get a copy of the annual report on your table. There's a program, just scan the QR code and you'll be able to access a copy of the FY25 annual report. And with that, we are finished almost with our first shot of espresso. And something fun I want us to do. You know, the food is starting to settle in, and we're about to get into the speeches and serious business. And so, I want to find out how many Gen Zs are in the room. You know, Gen Z is not a person, it's a personality. It's actually a personality. Okay, I identify as a Gen Z. Yes, fantastic. Okay, one. Okay, my plan is to recruit all of you to have maybe a third of your personality to envision Gen Z. So because we're about to get into speeches, I want us to warm up a bit. I don't know how many have heard of a song called Angukanayo.
Yes, that would be around 3, 4.
Yes. Direct translation would be fall with it.
Immediately.
I want to request us to stand up. I want to request us to stand up. Just imagine your Gen Z spirit somewhere. Even if you don't have it, I'm going to help you get it today. Fantastic. We're not only going to do this for 30 seconds. So, I want you to do this. Just a bit, not too much. Do this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Then imagine your African spirit dancing, okay? Okay, even if you're not African, we have some Bazadi to you today. We've given it to you. So DJ, please, cue for me Angukanayo. We fall with it before we finish this first shot of espresso. Okay, let's go. 1. Hey, hey, hey. See, there are many Gen Zs. Beautiful. Let's go. Angukanayo. Hey, hey, fall with it. Hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. How low can you go? How low can you go? Hey, beautiful, beautiful, fantastic. And just like that, you've activated your Gen Z spirit. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you, thank you. Faith, you remain with me. So for a moment there, I don't know if you guys noticed, I was very worried about the men's club. But somehow we redeemed ourselves. So WWF is an equal opportunity organization. We just had to put that on record. Now, and secondly, also to just put the record straight, the triple espresso is not actually my word. I borrowed it from our head of policy, Ephraim Gomez. I know there are colleagues here from UNEA. Please pass the message that I borrowed and overutilized it. So now we want to switch gears a bit, the second shot, I would say, and we want to bid farewell to an icon. And every leader leaves a trail. And our CEO, Mohammed, is a corridor of collaboration. We have worked with him. He has been a mentor, a true leader, an inspiration not just for WWF Kenya, but for the whole network. And a lot of messages are already outpouring, not just from here in Kenya, but from across the globe, to recognize his footprints. We have some messages that have come in from colleagues. Some of them are here, some of them are halfway across the world. So I'd like to invite our technical team to just share some of the messages that we curated. And Faith, take it from here.
Yes, lovely. We have one here that says, Dear Mohammed, it's been all too brief a time working together, but have truly appreciated your efforts in collaborating with SNV. I wish you every success in this next phase and trust that you will continue to be a strong advocate for the great work that WWF and SNV have achieved together. Wishing you all the best, and please do keep in touch. That is from Rebecca Hallam, SNV Country Director for Kenya and Burundi. Beautiful.
And from a very good friend of WWF-Kenya, David Tanner, wishing you all the best with your retirement, Mohammed. My first travels with WWF was a long road trip with you up to Lamu. Here we are 15 years later. It's been an honor to work with you and see the way you have led WWF-Kenya from strength to strength, establishing its national office, a board of trustees, building the income, building the team, and truly embracing leading large conservation initiatives and transboundary programs. Always visionary, strategic, always leaning into the network, always diplomatic and calm. I've learned a great deal from you and the team have always been such a fantastic host whenever me or my team from WWF UK visit. It has been a pleasure hosting you several times here in Woking and London. What an amazing career you've had. Congratulations once again, and I wish you a truly happy retirement, Mohammed. That's David Dana from WWF UK.
Wow, we have another one here from our colleagues from Finland. Dear Mohammed, thank you for your cooperation, guidance, kindness, and all the great memories, and congratulations on your retirement. We would like to quote Momin's character, whom, goodness. Hemuen words about retirement. If anyone doesn't happen to know what retirement means, let me tell you, when you get old, you can do whatever you want in peace. Wow, that's beautiful. You can do whatever you want in peace. And that's a very beautiful message from our team from Finland. Beautiful.
One last one. From yours truly, Said Mosarai. Where are you, my guy? Said, good man. So, you don't have to shout, he says, to be heard. Learned this years ago from my CEO, Mohammed Awer. I've managed to apply the same to my house, especially towards my spouse. And he says it has worked perfectly. Maybe we should also borrow this. My children are yet to adopt that, though. Wow. Inshallah, to more future endeavors as you exit WWF Kenya. Thank you very much, Ali. Yeah.
Okay, let's go. This is from Mabel, who's in our senior leadership team. Dear Mohammed, the past 7 years have truly flown by, yet they have left an incredible mark. Thank you for being a leader who not only recognizes potential, but also inspires confidence and encourages growth. Your visionary leadership at WWF Kenya has shaped me both professionally and personally. You have set standards that will continue to guide us long after your tenure. As you embark on your next interests, I wish you continued success, fulfillment, and impact. May God grant you his choicest blessing, and surround you with the opportunities that reflect the greatness that you have shared with us all. Forever grateful. That's beautiful.
Thank you very much, Mabel, and thank you, Faith. Now, there's a gentleman who actually hired Mohammed. He's a soft-spoken gentleman, very wise, and has literally walked with Mohammed throughout his career. I don't know how many people actually still stay in touch with their bosses or the people who hired them. I remember I can see two faces that actually hired me here at WWF. I'll be giving them a heads up at some point. So give a round of applause to Mr. Tai Teferi, who will help us to connect the dots about Mohammed's journey as he exits the stage, and also just leave us with a few words of wisdom, because that is actually his forte. Karibu sana, Dr. Tai.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Just one small correction. I did not hire Mohammed, I rehired him because he initially was there before me. Anyway, this is a wonderful afternoon. After going through the great achievements that the office has delivered, I think now we can shift gear. So I'd like to ride on a previous protocol, distinguished guests, our chief guests, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Aundo, our board chairman, WWF-Kenya, board members present here, Dr. Monet de Plessis, CEO of WWF South Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, Hamjambo, and good afternoon. What I would have liked to do at this moment would have been, in true African tradition, sit under a tree and tell a story about Muhammad. I'm reminded by this kind of programming about a story or a saying I was told by an elder man in Namibia. This man, we were running a workshop and we're tight on time. And we're trying to push them to, get to the point, get to the point. He said, my friend, God gave Africa time, but the white man a watch. He said, don't rush us. But we are governed by the watch. So I'll make my remarks very brief. The subject of my remarks, of course, punctuated remarks as they are, is no other than Muhammad Aware, the outgoing CEO of WWF-Kenya. As he passes the baton to the new leadership, I'm delighted and very honored to be given this opportunity to say a few words. I have the good fortune to have known Muhammad for close to 30 years, and I've worked with him very closely, very, very closely, for 20 years of those 30 years. So I feel I'm somewhat qualified to say a few things about Muhammad's journey in WWF. In my remarks, so that you don't think that I'm being too generous to Muhammad because he's my friend, I'll try to be as evidence-based as possible by citing a few specific examples of what he did that I observed so that you can also have your own judgments. When I first met Muhammad in 1997, he was leading a large multi-stakeholder river basin management project in Bogoria. As I got to know Muhammad and the project and the depth of the project and the complication around it, my respect for Muhammad grew by leaps and bounds. The project was very complicated because there are a number of stakeholders. It is in a politically hot spot, but Muhammad's ability to adaptively respond to the challenges and contentious issues led the project from strength to strength. At that time, I think it's credit to Muhammad for him to recognize that such a large project will not succeed if you do not bring in the various arms of government, national and county, and the local communities. Important in this context is for him to recognize that the long-term viability of the project and the impact could only be assured by what we, those of us in planning, call bringing in the three elements of the stakeholders, these are the governments, the stockholders, the donors and the financiers, and the real stakeholders, the communities. The role of WWF in that process, and that's what I learned in that project, had remained catalytic and enabler. Because, as I mentioned earlier, the long-term ownership and survivorship of the project depended on bringing in the community. Now, when we think back, this may seem obvious to us from where we sit. But remember, this is 30 years ago, when conservation was not that sophisticated, when there was a debate as to whether conservation is on one side and development is on another side, and these two could not talk to each other. All this points out to me that Muhammad was really ahead of his time at the time. The second example I would like to bring to support my respect and admiration for Muhammad's leadership is how he led the development, implementation, and management of the Mara River Basin Management Program. This one-of-a-kind transboundary program that had multiple components such as doing a technically sound environmental flows assessment to guide permitting water abstraction, involving communities in upstream management processes, ownership of the management system, and making sure that the landscape is well protected so that the river continues to flow was very complicated, but also became so good that the communities that were involved in that process eventually won the Equator Award. It was one of the most credible projects that WWF had run. It was a pioneering project. It was the first time that environmental flows assessments were done in Eastern Africa based on WWF's network experience in Zambezi Valley. And that was really a wonderful achievement. Overseeing such an ambitious program in this important, complicated landscape in a very thoughtful leadership manner, creating trust between governments, both local and national, but also between countries, Kenya and Tanzania, and bringing in the Lake Victoria Basin Initiative secured the long-term future of the Mara River. So this is another evidence that I hope would convince you that he had remained a strategic leader with eyes on sustainability and co-ownership at every level. As was mentioned a little earlier, I could also cite perhaps the example of how he guided the establishment, legal registration, and strengthening of the WWF-Kenya office. But I think there will be other speakers who are better qualified than me who would be able to elaborate on this, so I leave that to them. That said, just for context, I'd like to just mention one thing, because I was part of that early process. WWF-Kenya was one of 3 African offices that were slated for a national office development. But when you look at where we are at now, the WWF-Kenya is the most successful and well-established office. There must be a reason for that. I leave that to you. So when I think of Mohammed as a person and as a leader, what comes to mind for me is humbleness, respect, and empathy for others, and a genuine desire to help and support others that come to see him. He has the gift of offering someone his whole and complete and undivided attention. This is what Japanese call ichigo ichi. This is the idea that when somebody is engaging with you, you go beyond listening, beyond hearing. You are in it. You actually feel them. You engage with them. And so people who have that kind of gift leave that person who was going to see them completely satisfied, even if the person did not get all that they're looking for. I think Muhammad is blessed with that, and I really have seen this many, many times. So at this point, perhaps I would ask you allow me to address Muhammad directly. Muhammad, we thank you for your leadership and contribution to nature conservation and sustainable development, not only across Kenya, but also across the WWF network. As you hand over the role of the CEO of WWF Kenya to the incoming leadership and move to the next chapter of your life, remember that you are now becoming the CEO of your life. Your well-being, your happiness, that is to say that you're only changing hats. Please try to stay, quote unquote, in motion. Stay in motion, both physically and mentally. Staying in motion is the best way to outlive aging and make aging optional. I hope you continue to reflect and perhaps share some wisdom and experience through some writing over the coming years. Please do continue sharing your knowledge. It is vitally needed. As they say, this is the best way to achieve immortality. Good luck with your next move. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tai, and for that correction. So moving on swiftly, I would like to invite Your Excellency, the Ambassador, in the interest of time, to come and make your remarks, and then we can proceed. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, MC. This is the second busiest week of my year. We have the UNIA going on in the United Nations, and I came more or less straight from there, and I will go straight back, hence my jumping the queue in the order of speakers. I apologize for that. I'm a coffee addict, so triple espresso, thank you. It's a bit much, but... and I also learned that Gen Z is a state of mind, so I'm with you. And did you see the Mzungu moves? Right. WWF was founded by the grandfather of our king, or co-founded by the grandfather of our king, Prince Bernhard, many, many years ago. So the Netherlands has always had a long and warm and strong relationship with WWF through the years. When my king entered my residence during what was the busiest week of my year earlier on, during our state visit, he told me that the first time he walked into that residence was in 1982. I said to him, we were both still in school, Your Majesty. But his grandfather had visited that residence even many times before that, and there is a guest room that is still referred to as the Prince Bernhard room. And that collaboration is still there. It has continued throughout all these years. To this day, the embassy, I think, is one of the, if not the biggest donors of WWF-Kenya. These days, especially in water, many Kenyans will go to the Netherlands and study water management in Wageningen or in Delft. And I cannot walk into an event like this. Invariably, one or two Kenyans will come up to me and say, I studied in the Netherlands, and actually people nodding. I studied in the Netherlands, and there's still that connection with my country. So despite that busy schedule, I really insisted on being here today to say goodbye to Mohammed. We just had a little chat. You've spent 27 years at the organization. That's just under half a lifetime, I think. And that's quite a journey. And I am not the person to commiserate on that journey or to talk about that journey. Others are much better placed. But you've given half of your life to this organization. And under your leadership, it has grown. It has grown in strength. It is where it is today. And that's a wonderful achievement and a legacy that you can safely leave behind in the hands of very able people that are in WWF-Kenya here today. So my message to you is a little bit the same as the previous speaker. Enjoy that retirement, keep moving, and Godspeed, Mohammed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those very warm words and also for the reminder of how far back we come between the Netherlands and WWF. Now, a quick one. I know we have had some very good, nicely curated messages, but I want to take a quick fire. 3 words that best describe Mohammed. I want to choose you on random. And I will start with Joyce. Joyce Isiaho, I see you there. What would be those 3 words that will describe Mohammed?
Good afternoon, everyone. The 3 words that will describe Mohammed for me is courageous, he is resilient, and he is very determined. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. I see you have not forgotten our core values. Courageous is one of them. Thank you very much. And the second one is none other than our head of accountant, Leonard Mbare. What are your 3 words, please?
Wow, my 3 words will be wise, legendary, and dedicated.
Legendary. I like the legendary part. Now, we're about to sit in for not a very long ride, but you want to hear messages from across the network. But first, we have a milestone video of Mohammed, and you'll see some of the old photos from way back. So let me just step back out. A big round of applause. If that is not leadership, tell me what leadership is. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Now, we have messages from our WWF-Kenya staff that will also cue in.
And now, a message from our staff.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you so much for your leadership. I have known you for over 29 years, close to 30 years now, since you joined WWF in 1996. And over those many years, I've really come to understand who you are. A true leader a leader who is really far-sighted, a visionary leader. And through you, I've come to practically understand, appreciate, and admire what true leadership is. You lead by example. You've done extremely well. No project that you've worked on has failed. Every project has really done very well. Mohammed, you are a great mentor, a great coach, and really a visionary person that really, you mean what you walk the talk. And we really, really appreciate that. I've been able and, gifted to, or privileged to have worked with you, and I've really come to know who you are.
You have been my team leader, actually, from when you started as a program officer until now you're CEO. We must thank you for the good leadership that you have given us, and you have shown us the direction and the advice you have given us as your team members. One thing I must say, you had said it very clearly. It's only one person who does the politics of the organization, and that one I've seen has steered us into a very good height. Because if everybody else was giving directions, it would have been difficult for the WWF-Kenya to move from a country office to an NO, which is now thriving as one of the best NOs, which has taken a very high stride and a very high speed to be stable and to be at a level where it is really appreciated, and above all, to contribute to the conservation world to the maximum. We really appreciate your leadership and wish you well where you go. And for those who remain behind, please emulate Mohammed Aware's leadership style, and you will succeed in your work.
I've worked in WWF for 25 good years. Mohammed has influenced my career by promoting me from office assistant, which I had for 18 good years. When he had the position of CEO, he promoted me to admin assistant. And previously, when he had the CEO position, he promoted me to be an admin officer. I want to thank Mr. Mohammed for being an amazing leader, a brother to me, and a mentor.
I am privileged to have worked alongside you for the past 9 years. Your leadership, humility, and concern for people has inspired me and led the organization to great achievements. I am truly grateful for your trust, guidance, and the many lessons learned along the way. As you begin your next chapter, I wish you good health and continued purpose. I will miss you, but your legacy will continue to inspire me.
My name is Brian Bego, and most of you do not know that I was once a pandalet, and today I stand here as a panda. I owe so much of this journey to someone I met all the way back in Standard 3, Mohammed Aware. He believed in me when I was still a shy kid with dreams bigger than my confidence. He pushed me, guided me, and showed me that the impossible could be possible. As a mentor, he inspired a dream I held close for years, to one day work with WWF, and today I am a testament that dreams are valid. Thank you, Mohammed, for seeing me, for shaping me, and for reminding me that with the right guidance and determination, anything is within reach.
For me, I think it's been quite a milestone, the journey that I've had with the CEO, Mohammed Aware. We've really walked a long journey that has been very exciting, and you wish that this day will never come, because being with somebody for a very long time who's been there, not just as a boss, but also as a very good friend, as a mentor, and as a dad to you. Yes, we've had quite some exciting moments during the rhino notching in Mara, where I remember the rhino just woke up and without any warning, and people had to flee. And you could see the CEO, he can really outdo others in running. He's a family person. I think at times, most of the time he'll ask me, Doctor, watu wako namna gani at home? And I think
he was an all-round person who you'd really love to be around with. I will miss Mohammed Awer as a CEO, but I wish him all the best. And thank you very much for this far. You've left us in a very good foundation, and we wish you God's blessing. And kwaheri.
We as WWF say thank you, Mr. Mohammed.
A round of applause to all the good, warm messages. And now we have very good messages again from halfway across the world. And as Mohammed walks away, the ambassador, because the messages are really would not want to play the messages. But we are almost halfway through our program. And shortly we'll be listening to the Latin America and Americas country directors who sent a very powerful message. And we also have an important surprise message, hot off the press, shot this morning. So kindly cue in the Latin America message. Karibu.
Dear Mohammed, greetings from Latin America. This is Roberto Troya. For the people who don't know me, I'm the regional director for...
You can fix the sound and come from tops.
Dear Mohammed, greetings from Latin America.
Some challenges with the sound. Do we have the next video in the meantime?
Dear Mohammed, greetings from Latin America.
The next video. Okay. So we have a special message straight, fresh off the press. It was shot early this morning from a familiar face. So the technical team.
My steps and
Dear Mohammed, greetings from Latin America. This is Roberto Troya. For the people who don't know me, I'm the regional director for this fantastic region that has adopted you as one of ours. You are indeed a colleague, a friend, but a brother. You have joined us in many, many times where we have met to discuss the strategy, the approach of Latin America, and your voice coming from another continent with a fresh view of things has enriched our discussions throughout the years. It has been a pleasure to collaborate with you and your office and share whatever we have learned in our own journey with WWF-Kenya, in your own journey with your own team. We admire the work that you have done. We have envisioned having many people like you in the network so that we can share and learn from each other, and you have been a champion for that. We admire you, and we know that your this part of your transition will only be until later. We will see each other. We will keep our friendship alive here, and we want to continue the work and support with your own team. We want to share what we have learned with other countries of Africa, and Latin America wants to learn from Africa as well. And your example, the example of WWF Kenya, is unique for the network. Thank you, Mohammed, hermano, brother. Thank you for your contributions. We will miss you, but we will have you here again. Thanks.
Hey, Mohammed, from Ecuador, with these beautiful landscapes. We wish you the best in your new life, and remember, you have friends here in Ecuador and in Latin America. Good luck.
Mohammed, thank you
for opening the doors of WWF-Kenya and being able to learn together what is and how to become a national organization. Thank you, Mohammed, for becoming part of the LAC community to enhance inclusive conservation impact. Thanks for trusting. Thanks for your leadership. Thanks for being such a wonderful friend. Enjoy your new journey, enjoy your family, enjoy life. Thank you.
Hey Mohammed, my friend, it was such a pleasure to work with you, to spend time with you all of those years. Thank you so much for being such a good friend, such a great leader, not only in Kenya, but globally. I really learned a lot from you. Take care. I hope to see you soon, and I wish you all the best.
Oh, Mohammed, thank you so much for all the years that you contributed to work in World Wildlife Fund in Kenya. So I'm so eager to learn from you. I'm new in the Guyanas, or half a year, but nothing compared to the time that you do. It would be such an honor to spend so much years and times in what you've been doing. But I'm starting, and we will build upon your legacy. Thank you for being here, and really have an enjoyed life after this WWF time. Thank you very much.
My dear Mohammed, I wish you all the best in this next stage of your life. WWF was lucky to have you for 30 years, and I'm personally thankful for the time we spent in Kenya with you, your team, and even your family. You have a home in Chile whenever you come, and please stay in contact with us.
Dear Mohammed, hello. I am sending you all my love and all my recognition for all these years you've been working for the conservation of Kenya and the planet. Thank you so much for all you've done. I know that you're going to have a happy retirement. I know that you will continue fighting on different trenches for conservation, for nature, for people. It was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for all these years you have provided thought leadership to the network. It was wonderful to work with you building the roadmap last year. So I hope you the best y te mandamos un fuerte abrazo.
Hi Mohammed, it's very important for me to say thank you for your support, your commitment during 30 years working with WWF. I really have some good memories from our annual meeting in Mombasa, and I really miss you in Buenos Aires during the LAC Forum. I hope that we would be joined again in the future, working on only enjoy a specific time to share interesting talks and lessons learned about our work in conservation around the world. It's not a goodbye, it's only see you soon.
Hello, Mohammed. In the name of our team in Paraguay, I want to express my sincere gratitude for your leadership and for everything you have contributed to our network over these years, and especially to LAC. Your dedication to people and to conservation have been truly inspiring. I would like to invite you to come and visit us in Paraguay, the heart of South America. I will show you the Atlantic forest, the Pantanal, and the Chaco. Te esperamos.
Mohammed, this is a video message for you to express that I wish you the best in whatever life holds for you in the future. And I also want to thank you for the 30 years or so of work in conservation and in WWF. 30 years demands a lot of dedication, a lot of passion, a lot of commitment. The wake you leave behind is a large wake of accomplishments, of achievements, of good advice, of good friends, and an impact in our culture. I know at a personal level, every time I talk to you, I found a friend, and I found a voice, a very serene, wise voice that I could listen to. And I hope that, or I know that the next time we meet again, I will also find that friend and that voice. So thank you for that.
Dear Mohammed, I just wanted to send you a quick message to express you my admiration and recognition for the great work and impactful contribution you have made over the past 3 decades to conservation in Africa and in service of the WWF network. Your vision, your resilience, personal charisma, and your steady hand have been an inspiration for many of us who have been following your work. Thanks so much for that, and I wish you all the best for your next steps, my friend.
A round of applause to all our Latin brothers. I know some of them have connected virtually. Muchas gracias for the warm messages that you've sent, and you can see the impact that Mohammed has had across the network. Now, I talked about a message that is hot off the press, recorded early this morning, and this is your message, Mohammed, from one of the former pandas. Enjoy.
Hello, Mohammed. I just heard that you finally decided to follow my steps and retire. Now, retirement is not the right word for people like you, people like me, colleagues that have dedicated their entire life to protecting the environment and living a safe future and building a safe future and a beautiful world to our children. And that's particularly relevant to you because I lost count how many children, grandchildren you might have. But I have no doubt that you will continue to dedicate your efforts to a beautiful and critical mission in different ways and different capacity, even after retirement. One little advice, think about the many offers that you receive because I said too early yes to too many requests, and so I ended up being busier than before. But as I said, people like us will never stop contributing to the mission of a future where people and nature live in harmony. Congratulations for all you've done for WWF-Kenya. Congratulations for growing the office, for training so many great people, and you must be feeling very, very good about now handing over to a new generation of leaders. It's been terrific. It's been beautiful to have you as a colleague, as a friend, and I'm looking forward to seeing and visiting together other beautiful places in Kenya, particularly those black rhinos that you promised so many times to watch together, and I'm still hopeful. Anyway, thank you for everything, Mohammed, and keep in touch. Onwards, asante sana.
A round of applause to a former panda. To those who do not recognize him, that was our former Director General of WWF Kenya, Marco Lambertini. Now we have a son of the soil who will help us to take over the next stage, connecting virtually. We have Daudi Sumba, who is the Chief Conservation Officer, based all the way in, is it Lausanne or Geneva? Daudi, if you can hear us, please come on up, and then you will help to guide the next session where we'll hear from colleagues from across the network who are not here presently, but they are here in spirit, and we'll also have a conversation around it. So, Daudi, if you can hear us, this is the cue for you.
I can hear you.
Very good, very good. You sound as if you are across the road. Karibu sana, Daudi.
Of course I am, if you don't. That was a huge milestone. and then crowning it with the headquarters on Dagoretti Road. I mean, Mohammed has achieved so much for the time that he has been with us at WWF. I should say he spent the whole of his life at WWF building great things. You know, so Mohammed, congratulations. You have built a great base for conservation in Kenya. You have left a legacy that the rest who are coming after you have no option but to actually build on for better conservation for Kenya, but also for continued influence of WWF across Kenya. I know that you are retiring. My advice to you is that please go and look after your camels and goats and leave the rest of the work to us here in the city. No, we can only call on you a few times, but your camels need you more than we do because you've been away from them for a very long period of time. So, my friend, thank you so much for your service. Congratulations. Well done. Hongera. And we want to continue engaging with you. I'd like now to bring on Kastin. Kastin is the Director General for WWF International, based with me here in Switzerland. And I'd like to hand it over to Kastin to say a few words to Mohammed. Over to you, Kastin.
Thank you, Dowdy, and hi, Mohammed. I am sure you're very happy to be in the spotlight today, but you're getting it anyway because where to start? I mean, you and I have known each other forever. I think we both started in freshwater as project officers at WWF, and we spent a lot of time working together on various freshwater topics in WWF. But of course, like many have already indicated, I've seen you grow. We've both grown in this network. And one thing that has stayed the same, I think, is our friendship throughout all of that as we moved into different positions. And of course, me now being at the DG role, I think there's lots of stuff happening there, and maybe we should wait. Dowdy, what do you think?
No, just hold it. That's another classmate of mine who's coming in. So just give him a few minutes.
I knew you could translate.
Yeah.
You tell me when you think I can continue.
I think now people are settled. I see that a few of our colleagues have joined us. Mohammed, that must be Chris Kipto joining us. Thank you very much. Welcome, Chris Kipto, to this gathering of Sikdonek alumni. And I'd like to hand it over to Kastin to continue with her speech, please. Over to you, Kastin.
Thanks, Dowdy. And Dowdy, Mohammed, how great to see you being surrounded by so many friends and colleagues. As I was saying, our journey has been a long way. We both started off as freshwater project officers a long, long time ago. And we have moved up and through this network over the past decades. And one thing that has stayed the same is our friendship. It has meant a lot to me. As many people have said, I've watched you navigate the network and made WWF Kenya an incredibly strong office, one of the strongest offices in the network, I will say. And we're all incredibly proud of what you have done with the program and with the office there. I've also, been incredibly proud when you have joined the many strategic conversations that we've had together around the network, most recently on the Roadmap 2030. But you've joined the network executive team on various occasions, and we're able to share the wisdom that you have applied not only in Kenya, but also to the entire WWF network. And so, Mohammed, I think you leave an incredible legacy. You leave a legacy, of course, in Kenya, but I would say your legacy goes beyond Kenya and spans the whole world of WWF. Let me end personally. I already said you've been such a dear friend of mine. When I became DG 3 years ago, you were one of the first offices I visited, and the reception and the welcome that I got in Kenya was incredible. We planted a tree together. Please take care of my little tree as it grows in Kenya. And thank you again for being such an incredible friend and such a great colleague. I know this won't be goodbye. I wish you a lot of peace and rest. I hope you a wonderful time with your family and in the village. And I, more than anything, I hope forward to staying in touch. And have a great time, Mohammed. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Justin, for your thoughtful words over Mohammed. I would now like to pass over the baton to Tanya Steele. Tanya is the CEO for WWF UK and a very close friend of Mohammed and WWF Kenya. So, Tanya, over to you.
Goodness me, thank you. And Mohammed, and I can see the marvelous Isaac there too. I'm so sorry not to be with you. This is a very, very special celebration. And thank you for asking me to say a few words. It's such a privilege. Mohammed, you're not only a dear colleague, you are also a very, very dear friend and someone who's been an inspiration to so many around our global network and beyond. And I can speak for all colleagues in the UK when I say we've been so proud to work with you over so many years. We view you as a mentor and an inspiration for everything that you and WWF Kenya have achieved. And just 4 weeks after stepping into my CEO role in WWF UK, back in 2017, in January, I travelled out to Kenya, starting in Nairobi, and then, of course, heading out to the Mara. And I arrived knowing a lot about international development, but very little about wildlife and ecosystems. And to say that joining you, Mohammed, and your team in Kenya was the best start any CEO could ask for is an understatement. You've been kind, you've provided such wise stewardship to me and to colleagues over so many years. And today, Mohammed, I think you'll be overwhelmed by the love and admiration that you will hear from so many WWF colleagues across the network. But I think I also want to say that your record is also about achievement. And my goodness, have you achieved a great deal. I understand that today you're announcing and launching Kenya's annual report for FY25, which is very much an underpin of your leadership. And I guess if I was to pick out 3 things that I see as huge achievements, I know Kirsten already mentioned, and indeed Dowdy, the establishment of WWF Kenya as a national office. It was just a few months as a national office when I joined the organisation, and I could still feel the energy and the pride around the whole organisation. But you've had to bring an awful lot to be able to establish the office and to hold it, some personal grit and some determination. You have navigated some intense difficulties, but you have also grasped some tremendous opportunities. And I guess if I was to think about the second of your achievements, it's the heartland of what WWF Kenya does. And this is essentially to protect and to restore Kenya's wildlife. To see the recovery of the black rhino population is iconic. That it went from some 400 individuals a few decades ago to stand at 1,000 today is no mean feat. But also to see that the work goes on across elephants and lions and more besides. And I know as a UK office, we were proud to play just a very small part within that. But thirdly, I have to mention SOCNOT. I know we both know as CEOs, and particularly with our chairs sat near us, they are always asking us to be ambitious and to raise our sights. And my goodness, with SOCNOT, did you do that? I think for any CEO to take this forward, you were the brainchild for this initiative. And you understood the very special moment and opportunity that existed between the governments of Kenya and Tanzania, where they were putting in place wildlife corridor strategies. And you saw the opportunity to create a massive transboundary program and ultimately lay down a legacy for future generations of Kenyans and Tanzanians. I think the world is going to be a safer and more secure place because of your efforts in stewarding and co-leading that program with Amani. On a personal level, Mohammed, many of us know that you hold a deep faith. And when you've been with us in the UK, you've always sought out a mosque on a Friday. And I think we've been really proud when you've done that in Woking, when you have gone to the Central Mosque in Woking, which is the oldest in the UK. And the feeling from our staff is that you've not only stood next to us as WWF UK, but you have also stood alongside our community in Woking. Mohammed, we're going to miss you so much. We're really delighted that Jackson and colleagues really will hold Kenya in very, very good hands. And thinking about your next steps, I know we've all talked in the past about our heritage. My heritage originally is from Ireland, and of course your heritage in the north of Kenya, where there seems to be a desire to roam constantly across, of course, those marvellous rangelands. So when you roam, whether it's to the UK, please, you have a home in the UK, please come and stay with me and Mark and Edward anytime, and indeed with colleagues in the Woking office as well. But also I'm going to finish with an Irish proverb. And this is something we share with friends and relatives when they set off and embark on a new journey. So this is how the Irish proverb goes. We say, may the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face and the rains fall soft upon the fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. Mohammed, it's been an honour to work with you. I will visit you and WWF Kenya soon. Enjoy this very, very special day. Take good care and thank you. Bye for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tanya, for your kind words to Mohammed. I'd now like to bring on Carter Roberts, the President and CEO of WWF US, to say a few words. Over to you, Carter.
Thank you, Dowdy, and hello, Mohammed. I am delighted, gratified, and privileged to join you all today. And Mohammed, so much has been said about the work of WWF Kenya, the numbers, the accomplishments, the ambition, and all of that. I just wanted to say a word or two about my friend. There have been many moments when you and I have looked across the table at each other and wondered who was going to retire first. And as with all things, you are out first, and I am learning from your example. I expect lots of notes, lots of advice, things that you wish you had done when you retired, but I just want you to know that I am watching you and how much you hold true to the words you shared with me, which was you have spent decades taking care of Kenya, its wildlife, its nature, and all the rest. Now it's time to take care of yourself. You deserve that, but let me just say that I always look forward to, in our annual conferences or when we see each other, to that quiet moment when you grab me by the elbow and you gently usher me either to a quiet dinner or a quiet conversation. And we talk about nothing but family. You have always been someone who has reminded me of what matters most, whether it is your faith or your family or your friends. And you have always been a presence in the many net meetings and all the rest. You have always been a presence that when I think of you, I think of your grace and I think of your dignity. During times that are thick or thin, you have always carried yourself with a certain kind of calm and peace that I think we all could learn from. And I shall miss you, but I plan to stay in touch. And I plan to learn and harvest all the lessons from your retirement whenever that day comes to join you in that promised land. Mohammed, thank you so much for all your good work. It's been a great privilege.
Thank you very much, Carter Roberts, CEO and President of WWF US. Mohammed, we are continuing with our tributes, with our sort of congratulatory messages to you. You will not stop us from saying good things about you. In fact, there's a proverb in your own language that says, a mouth that doesn't belong to you cannot be shut up. So we will keep going. I would now like to bring on Amani Ngusari, who is the country director for WWF Tanzania. Amani, over to you.
Thank you very much, Daudi, and I'd like to join the others in congratulating Mohammed for years of good work in WWF. And for those who don't know, my friendship with Mohammed goes way back before we joined WWF. I met Mohammed back in Canada when we were doing postgraduate education together with Ricardo from Chile, who spoke earlier, but also with Megan, who is now the country director of the CEO of WWF Canada. And we all attended Dalhousie, so we go way back. And, at that time I remained in Canada to complete my doctoral studies, and Mohammed went back to East Africa and joined WWF. And 5 years later, I also joined WWF. So we go way back, and I think, Mohammed, you have been very visionary leader, very strategic, and always focusing on bigger things, regional and large-scale ecosystem conservation programs. And I think this is what made you great and unique. And not only that, but forging the partnerships and seeking the funding for delivering those conservation at that scale. So Mohammed is very committed, as already earlier speakers have said. He's extremely dependable, and he's predictable. He's a predictable leader. And together over the years, we co-created a number of initiatives. We traveled together around the world to defend those ideas. And we brought, so many projects. I think Taye talked about the Mara River project, the Ruaha. And you have been extremely productive, not just in Kenya, but the whole of East Africa. And I think the most ambitious adventure me and you took was the one that we took to Colombia in Cartagena in the annual conference of 2018. I think Tanya, she mentioned about SOCNOT. And this is actually what led to the establishment of the SOCNOT landscape program together with Marco, but also Eberhard and Tanya. And, since then, we have never looked back. SOCNOT today, the most ambitious program, securing the habitats and wildlife in the critical area, safeguarding the economies of Kenya and Tanzania. So I promise you that we'll continue where you left things off. And it's now in the hands of me and Kiplagat. And the partners that we still have are the European NGOs that are supporting us. Mohammed, you have been, been beyond friendship. And I'll particularly mention one occasion back when we hosted the WWF International Board and the NET in Tanzania, I think 2023. And Mohammed, you traveled from Nairobi on short notice to Arusha to cover for me in welcoming the WWF International President and the board when I was busy with the NET and taking them to the field. So I'll never forget that. No other country director from neighboring country have done such a thing that I'll always remember you coming to cover for me. I'll never forget that. So you are a true friend, and we'll always remember and cherish you and your wisdom. Mohammed is, very connected, both regionally and in Kenya. And I think, I'm afraid, this will be a difficult thing to replace. So, Kiplagat, you have huge shoes there to fill. Finally, as you retire, Mohammed, please find the time to rest. I think a lot of people have already told you about this. But also, don't forget to look over your shoulder from time to time to check if we are still coming and doing the kind of things that you have left behind. So don't forget that, not just walk away. And I think in the interest of time, I'll leave it at this. You are my really good friend. We'll be talking, we'll be visiting each other over the coming years. I wish you all the best and good retirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amani. I hear everybody encouraging Mohammed about retirement. I just want to reiterate here that he's retiring, but he's not tired. Kustaafu sio kuchoka, like we say in Swahili. So, Mohammed. Now, I'd like to bring on another friend of ours from Latin America, the Senior Vice President for the U.S. Country Office and the Latin American Secretariat, Roberto Troya. Roberto, over to you, please.
Thank you, Daudi, and good afternoon to all of you. It's hard to follow all these wonderful speeches and all these wonderful demonstrations of love. I want to highlight that. And I just want to give a couple of words because you saw that wonderful video and a testimony coming from your sister region, your friends of Latin America. And I want to tell an anecdote. Usually when we meet in annual conferences, teams meet and regionally, and believe it or not, Mohammed usually has been an active presence in our regional LAC meeting. He is considered, as you heard from my colleagues in the region, he's considered not only a friend, but a brother. And that's pretty hard to obtain. It only talks about you, and I want to call you a magnet, Mohammed, because you naturally attract people, talent, and create the momentum. And with that, you create the pool with the character, clarity, and the energy that is needed. And you see it around you. I was looking at the images, not only the ones who are participating like me at a distance, but I saw Mornay, I saw members of the network joining you, and of course, partners and colleagues from your country. That is the energy you have created, Mohammed. I just want to mention something that has been a quest for WWF throughout the years is how we learn from each other. There have been several efforts in order to bring offices together. And I think this transboundary work that Tanya and others were talking about, Kirsten, talk about collective work and collective action. And we believe that we cannot repeat the wheel. We cannot, the work that we have ahead is so challenging. Biodiversity is losing at a great length, and the climate is hitting so hard that we cannot go through a situation where we need to repeat that wheel. And learning from each other has been a quest from your office with offices in Latin America. I want to highlight how those exchanges happened in several country offices, and several members of my team visited you, and we shared and learned from you, and that's the way to go. I want to talk about one of the most important elements, intangible elements to create, which is trust. Trust that is super crucial to work in a transboundary work. Trust that represents how we can elevate the level of ambition in a very challenging agenda, both locally, regionally, and globally. Thank you so much, Mohammed. As everybody has said, you have friends, you have colleagues, and I know you will not retire. You will keep busy in many ways, shapes, and forms, but enjoy your new type of life that you will live. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Roberto. I would like now to bring on a video. Our next speaker was supposed to be Catherine Sampson, CEO of WWF Germany. Unfortunately, she's not able to be here virtually, and so she has sent a video, which we will play for her speech to Mohammed. Can you please play the video, please?
Mohammed, I'm so sorry that I cannot be with you today, but it's the most important thing to leave your message. And I mean, that you are leaving, that this moment has come. It's unbelievable for me, especially because I have the feeling that we just met, but this is just a question of perspective. I mean, what do I need to say? I mean, you are a legend. You led the Kenya office from a program office to a national office with all the brave and kind way that you have as a leader, so generous and supportive, very strategic and very open. And you combine this very, very rare thing of being so soft and intelligent and very, very strong and very, very clear the same way. And that made a difference. I mean, you made a difference. On a very personal note, you were there from the very, very first moment when I stepped up into this position. And with your wise and very inspiring leadership, your strategic thinking, and your very intelligent and smart perspectives, you were guiding me from the very first moment, and I will really miss that. So you helped me a lot. You helped me learning. You helped me to understand things. You were always reachable for me. You always typed your messages on WhatsApp. You never forgot to ask for family and how I'm doing. And I feel very, very thankful and grateful for that leadership and guidance that I could learn from you and experience with you. But as there are some colleagues in the network that know you much longer and much more intensive than I do, I'm very happy to hand over to Philip, who can tell more stories about your partnership and the partnership among our offices. So I wish you all the best for the next steps that you have ahead of yourself. I wish you a lot of time with your family. I wish you health. And please stay close. And I hope next time when I come to Kenya that we use the opportunity to meet and to spend some time together. Stay safe.
A round of applause.
Thank you.
Dowdy, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah,
can we bring on Philip before we close it out?
Yeah, Philip and Henke, who would want to give a special gift to Mohammed. Welcome.
Yes.
The other CEO from WWF Germany. So Mohammed, kindly welcome for the gift from you. Say something.
Yes, sure. I want to give Philip the word or to give the stage to say more about it, but I was sent over with this present. And my colleagues asked me to give it to you, and it is not exactly for you. But we thought that all your engagement was for the next generation. So this is for your grandchildren, and I'm pretty sure you can play a big role in it. So thank you very much for all and everything you have done. And thank you for all the good collaboration with WWF Germany. We enjoyed it very much. And the rest is very jealous that I'm here today and they are not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Back to you, Dowdy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex. I'd like to then hand it over to Philip. Philip from WWF Germany. Please take the floor.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mohammed. Good afternoon, Kenya. Good afternoon, Nairobi. Heike is right. I'm very jealous of you all being there, and I unfortunately couldn't make it, but it's really nice to see you. I see you now big on the screen with a big smile, as always. So I just wanted to say a couple of words from my side. I agree with everything that has been said. I think you've been, for the whole network, you've been a real role model in many, many ways. But one of the things that stood out for me always was that you've been a real role model in equal footing, in really trying hard to get the NOs, the people like in my office sitting in Berlin or somewhere else in the world to really come together and to work as one team, and not as a donor office and implementing office, but really working together. Mohammed, you have led WWF-Kenya many ways. You have led WWF-Kenya into a modern NGO, as a modern part of civil society in a modern in a modern society like in Kenya. And that is a huge achievement, which is very rare also in our network. That's one of the things that's really standing out. You've always been very generous, very supportive of many things. You've heard this word many times today. You've been always very open. You're a great leader. You're a role model. But with all of this, yet you're very modest. You're a very modest, upright person, and that's one of the things that always stood out for me. And you always keep nature and conservation as your guiding star with everything you do. You're very personal, up to the point where I remember one story where you picked me up one very early morning. We were supposed to go somewhere, and you looked at me and you thought that I was very tired, so you invited me quickly to your house to have a big plate of dried camel meat and the tea for breakfast. That really woke me up. And that's just one of the typical things that you do, Mohammed. So I wish you only the best in your next step in your life. Hopefully the present will help you a little bit explain to the next generation what you have done and what your legacy is. I'm really looking forward to having a tea once I'm back in Nairobi at some point, maybe somewhere in the garden that you also created in the new WWF office. But don't forget to bring some dried camel meat for our breakfast meeting. All the best. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Philip. This camel meat appears to be for a select few people. Because I've been with Mohammed in the office, the only closest thing he brought to me was camel milk, not camel meat. So anyway, I'd like to bring on our last speaker for this session. This is a former panda who's just recently moved on. Shivani Vadua, very great friend of ours, was the former international director for people and culture at WWF. Shivani, over to you.
Hey, Dowdy and Mohammed, missing you. What can I say? A privilege and an honor to be here. We go back almost the 2 decades I have been with WWF. And what comes to my mind is, first of all, the early years when we were working together many times in Kenya office, thinking about truly global, thinking about what will happen to African countries. And in the meeting, Mohammed would walk in, tall, wise man who would speak so many few words of wisdom. And then he would retire and sit in a corner and sometimes even doze off. That was my memory of Mohammed in early years. Like, okay, what happened here? This man comes in, throws his charisma, speaks few words, and then sleeps, takes his nap, and then leaves. And this happens many times in big meetings. And I realize over time that actually Mohammed is above this planet. He knows what's going to happen in these 3-4 hours. He knows exactly what the whole group is going to discuss. So why waste time? Why don't I gather my energy for my next important meeting? So that's my friend Mohammed. And then, of course, I have held hands with him and the team throughout difficult times. The trust you have shown, Mohammed, the trust we had together to be able to talk the things which you couldn't talk to the board or to the DG or to your team. And then we would talk it through and just sit down and sort those out. And because of that, my closeness to your board, Isaac, really loved working with you because Mohammed is in between us. And the last thing I feel proud and I feel privileged that my last big task before I left WWF, and good I left before you, Mohammed, otherwise I would have felt really miserable, is really handing the baton to Jackson. And I really feel honored that Isaac had the trust that I could support and I could help Kenya office through its new leadership. And again, Mohammed, you are just someone who we all look up to in terms of your not just wisdom. You know, when I think about when everybody in Truly Global and today got opportunity to become a national office, what did you do differently? I think, look, everybody had scarcity of resources, everybody had the same challenge, but your quality of networking and tapping into every resource internally, externally stood out to me as a true leader. I really applaud you for doing that very naturally. You don't do it by books, and that's the beauty. And Mohammed, good luck for taking care of your community, your family, your camels, your cows, your goats. And I will come in to meet you in your farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Shivani. I just want to close off this section by saying a few words in closing. I would have loved to really be there in Nairobi with Mohammed, but unfortunately I was not able. I know he's among great friends and great colleagues this time. And he may look like, let me just say one more thing before I sign off. I remember, and I wanted to give some testimony around one of Mohammed's greatest attributes, which is resilience. So I remember many years ago, we were in Tsavo National Park with him and the then Director General of Kenya Wildlife Service, and something had happened there that wasn't very pleasant. He knows what I'm talking about. And he looked like a lion, Simba amenyeshewa. He looked so finished. Lakini usione Simba amenyeshewa mdharau, yeah? So it was a very, very difficult moment for conservation, but also for Mohammed and WWF. But I want to just let you all know that I admired his resilience to navigate through that crisis, to sort out everything that needed to be sorted out, and to put us back on the right track with conservation. So thank you, Mohammed, for demonstrating great resilience in the face of what was great adversity at the time. And I want to hope that as you go into retirement, you will continue to exhibit that same resilience. You know where we have tea when I'm in town. I will be expecting you there. So better be there. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Daudi. They say your network is your network is your net worth. Mohammed, you so worth more as you retire. Look at that wealth that has been exhibited there, and we really celebrate and are happy for you. And on behalf of everybody here, I know some of the people who dialed in actually woke up very early to be with us. Some of them are in the US and in the Americas. Thank you very much, and feel free to remain online. But I would want to exercise the powers that have been given as the master of ceremony to invite a gentleman who actually retired from WWF. I've seen him on the call here. He retired and then he came back. So Mohammed, there is a lesson here, and I hope Papa Loro, for those who know Papa Loro, he was former head of policy. Tell us, you went and then came back. Please give some of that wisdom to Mohammed so that he can also walk back in. Welcome, Loro.
Thank you very much, Alex. But please don't derail me because I'm already emotional, and so don't derail me for the advice to Mzee. Let me start with that. He and I were comparing notes every time when we meet. Who is going to be the first to retire? But Mzee, I can see I've beaten you. There, so I got to retire one year ago. But don't listen to what Alex say. Yes, I'm back. I don't know what to say. People are talking about you, someone who has spent 27 to close to 30 years. Most of people don't know that all those 27 years, you and I were together here in WWF. So what does it say? Say that the role that WWF Africa has played as part of this lovely, wonderful network, WWF. Mohammed was one of the persons that I could rely on to make sure that we contribute as a actor and part of this network and so on. And so many things in common with Muhammad. We're talking about Jackson, who is sitting next to him. Yes, this very Jackson is someone that Muhammad and I all believe in. And so here we are. Beyond that, the competition between Muhammad and I in fundraising and so on. Now I'm pleased to see that Kenya is certainly one of the wealthier office and in WWF. And talking about those people who really made WWF Africa. Yes, he's also sitting next to a good brother of mine, Morne, Duplessis, Taye, and so on. Yeah. So all those people, Muhammad, you see, I'm proud of being not your friend. You know it. You are not my friend. You are my brother. And I want to maybe finish with one part, not really professional, but more on, let's say, family business. Family, and Tanya mentioned actually the devotion, the faith of Muhammad. And I remember that all the Muslim feast celebration, all the Christian celebration, Muhammad will send me a message. I will send a message to Muhammad and so on. And that's very important. And I think I see it as one of the key ingredients to Muhammad's success. We have been sharing family news and so on. And Muhammad, yes, I've beaten you as a retired person, but as I think say that you will never resign from and retire from serving this cause. Conservation is up to the grave. That's what I got to understand and learn. So be ready for that. You have invested so much for this organization, for this country, Kenya, for the conservation cause. Be ready. You are a soldier. A soldier will never, anytime he will go to the front and fight for the cause. So join me as we plan together to see how we have another way of contributing as a retired people to conservation work and keep supporting WWF. So know as soon as this is done, expect me to call you. I owe you a call back. You did a few days ago, so I owe you. Brother Mzee, all the best, and welcome to the club. And Jackson, we believe in you. We believe in you. Don't fail us. We know you will get this organization up with your capable chairperson, who I've been missing, actually. I've been always very you so handsome gentleman, man, when we meet with African attires and so on. I miss all these things and so on. So keep up the good work, and thank you very much. All the best. Yeah.
Fantastic. What a beautiful message from Papa. Thank you so much. We have one special message online from someone who's a dear friend to CEO Mohamed Dawer, and I'll give it over to Alex to read that to us.
Yeah, true. That is from Mary Lou Higgins. She says, "Dear Mohamed, as always, you have inspired and touched so many and are leaving such a legacy. I feel fortunate to have counted on you and to have been part of WWF Kenya. 1,000 thanks to you and for your friendship and collaboration. We wish you all the best in this next stage and hope to see you and share retirement with you. Abrazos, Lou." Thank you.
Abrazos. Thank you so much for our network team who've been able to join us. Of course, now we are joined by our partners, stakeholders, people who have been... Partners and stakeholders who've been dear to us. and we're going to get into some of the in-person speeches. Some people have special messages to share on our behalf. And I want to start with someone who's a former panda. And if you know about WWF, we always say, once a panda, always a panda. So I want to welcome on stage Nancy Githaiga, who's the country director for WWF-Kenya, and who's also a former panda. Please welcome to give your remarks.
Thank you. PS Kipto, PS Mugambi, the chair of WWF-Kenya, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, former colleagues, current colleagues. You will allow me to ride on the protocols already established. And before I give my remarks, I have 8 pages of my speech. Allow me to recognize colleagues that are here, friends of Mohammed from different institutions, CEOs, country directors. Kindly stand up. I think I saw Nancy Ogonje, I saw Lucy Waruinge, I saw James Isiche, Saif Hamisi, I don't know who else. Thank you very much for joining us. And Mohammed, you have many friends out there. Thank you. Now, I had written my speech, but then I thought I'm going to speak from my heart. I think that's better. And take very few minutes. 13 years ago, when I joined, is it 13 or so, when I joined WWF, the person I was supposed to report to had left, and so I was asked to report to Mohammed. So you can imagine, those of you who have worked here, how Mohammed does his induction. 5 minutes and we were done with induction. And I was a new person to the organization. And I had only one question for Mohammed. So I asked him, this project that I'm coming to lead, what are the prospects for its growth? And he looked at me and told me, as big as you want it. And that's what I left with. Mohammed told me other things in the 4 minutes, but that is the one thing that I remember he said. And that meant, come and grow the program or kill it. And Mohammed would always tell us, in Swahili, because I don't know whether we have equivalent in English, nitakupea kamba. I'll give you a rope to tether or hang or whatever. And so he gave me a rope, but he didn't say what size that rope was. And so I was to determine the size of that rope. And I stand here as the country director for AWF. I changed the W to A, to the African Wildlife Foundation. But once a panda, always a panda. And we are many pandas in the diaspora. So the conservation world has not lost, but WWF has friends out there. So as I think about Mohammed, and the fact that he had no hang-ups about giving us platforms to shine. I see friends here like Dr. Githanga, who at one point, Mohammed thought I was the CEO of WWF. Because Mohammed had no hang-ups. He gave us the platforms to work, to speak for the organization, as long as the things were programmatic and there was no crisis. When there was a crisis, he spoke for the organization. When things were going well, he asked us to speak. And I think that's where we made our networks and were able to do the works that we have done. So as I speak here for others that are in Kenya, other offices, or even abroad, I'm sure I'm speaking for them all. We got a platform to grow. We were mentored, we got an opportunity to dream and to become what we are today. So Mohammed, we have many pandas in the diaspora. You've held our hands, you've opened doors for us. Those of you who don't know, anytime I'm in a meeting, Mohammed will hold my hand and take me to PS Kipto and say, this one I mentored. And he's very proud of what we have become. So you didn't leave your footprints just on the landscapes that have been spoken about, on the fresh water in Bogoria, on the work in Elgeyo that I didn't live to see, but I am following because I think we began together. Not on the wildlife and forests alone, but you left your footprints on our sands of time. So as we stand here very proudly, I'm hoping, let me not say where I'm hoping to go next, but when I go, I still carry WWF with me, knowing that we were mentored, we have grown, and we still have work to do. And because you held our hand, I think the only message we can have for you is that we pray that kindness will follow you, will follow your children, will follow your grandchildren, and they'll get people to hold their hands the way you held ours. And to WWF, we are a partner, and to many other institutions that are here. So occasionally I go to meetings and someone asks, where is Mohammed? And that went on for the last 4 years after I left WWF. And I would stand and say, I am speaking on behalf of Mohammed. I'm also speaking on behalf of the African Wildlife Foundation. And when I said that, he said, speak on my behalf. So proudly in the conservation space, and proud that you created that platform. So we wish you well, and we wish you good health, kindness, and we hope that we are going to see you in the space. You are not retired, as is it Daudi who has said, you are not tired, you are just going to get retired, and we hope that you are going to be working with us. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. Make it as big as you can, as you want to. What a beautiful speech. I just want to recognize guests that have arrived. I want to recognize the presence of PS Gitonga Mugambi, who's the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Forests. I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Chris Kipto, who's the I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Chris Kipto, who's the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury. Thank you for honoring our invite, and thank you for being here for this special day. I want to quickly invite our next speaker, who is Monet Duplessis, who is the CEO for WWF South Africa, to give us some remarks.
Thank you very much. I think when an audience looks at a lot of clips and tributes that are played like that, and people talk about someone who served 29 years, it's easy to become a little bit adapted to the level at which the praise comes. But I can assure you, the people, each and every one who've spoken, I know personally, and I know that they feel even more deeply than what they were able to express about this man. These are really heartfelt messages. I am going to call, so I'm playing MC here for a moment, if you'll excuse me, but I'm going to call two colleagues who are leaders of WWF offices. Mikkel? I'm going to call you in a minute. Okay, so if you just come closer. Carolina Andauer, the CEO of WWF Norway, will quickly give us a minute.
Thank you for that. And thank you for having me here. And WWF Norway and WWF-Kenya can almost celebrate 30 years of partnership. And I'm really sure that we're going to continue with at least 30 more going forward. And I talked to some of my staff before I went here, and everybody who has had the opportunity to visit your office has only kind words to say about it. And I'm also going to say hi from Fitz, who is joining us online. And also, I heard rumors that your children and maybe grandchildren are a little bit tired of camel meat. So we bring the Norwegian special chocolate for them. And I also want to say, Mohammed, that a lot of people here have talked to you about as an inspirational leader and that you're leaving a legacy. And I had the opportunity to spend a few days in the office last week, and I can truly say the way you have built this office and the transparency and security your staff has really show through leadership, and you're growing them into senior position, which is really great to see that you're building your staff. And also on a personal note, I'm really sorry for bringing you into trouble and taking me out of trouble with the diplomatic police. The story can be told later, so thank you.
And then can I invite Mikkel Ore Hansen from the CEO of WWF Denmark.
Thank you. And Mohammed, so many great words to you. I would just say I'm completely, I don't know how to say it, but emotionally, to be in your shoes with so many beautiful words. We haven't known each other for a long time, but you are a great man indeed. I brought a little gift because once a panda, always a panda. In Denmark, we do Lego. And so this is for you, a Lego panda. We are cooperating in Denmark, WWF Denmark, 13 years with WWF-Kenya, and after your leadership and after what you have done, I'll take 13 years more. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I failed to acknowledge all of the important guests here, which I won't do by name, but it's great to be in such company. I also recognize faces across the hall here, and then, of course, the board. I just wanted to tell you that Mohammed's influence on the WWF network has been immense. And I'll just use an example, because organizations like WWF, any organization, from other organizations will know that when leadership changes, then, there are new initiatives, new strategies and things that are being put together. There was a time when there was this thing that had been mentioned earlier, an initiative called Truly Global. And a number of offices across the network had been identified to become national offices. Kenya was one of them. Colombia, who had the CEO speak a bit earlier, was another. They're the only two out of that pack. I think Poland was already advanced along becoming a national office, but those are the two offices that achieved national office status, and both of them had very, very strong leadership. But in that process, when we were looking at what we were going to do, and particularly the focus was heavy on Africa, the example of Mohammed, he told the story of how he grew up. So most of you know Mohammed's story probably better than I do, but the WWF leaders who met in Lausanne in Switzerland got together and listened to the story, which really gripped us. A young boy who got sent to boarding school because his family were nomadic people herding camels and goats. And then, you send your son to a boarding school, which is a static place. So it must have been a huge turmoil in the young man. And then it becomes vacation time. Your parents don't necessarily have a home because they're always on the move. And Mohammed would go down to the marketplace to ask families who were also nomadic, could come in to buy provisions and sell things where they last saw his family. And this really gripped the WWF network because it was sort of an allegory for finding our way. And I think, Mohammed, you have played a massive role in the WWF network and helping us find our way at times when the organization was looking for it. So thank you very much for that. Mohammed and I are pretty much the same age. I'm not going to use the R word at this venture. But so we would have been little boys around about the same time. I in Southern Africa, South Africa. Mohammed up in the northeast of Kenya. And I just wanted to say that the young kids of today, and I know Faisal is here, he's not so young anymore, your son. The young people, the Gen Zs, are very, very familiar with Google. I show my age, ChatGPT and AI and things like that. So knowledge is at their fingertips. But what they don't know is that a young herd boy will have his own source of information from nature. And may we not lose that. And let me just tell you how this, in my instance, happened. When I was a little boy with other little boys, we used to have to round up cattle to be milked in the evenings into valleys with forests and wooded valleys. And as it got later and later, you would hear the black-collared barbets serenading each other. You'd hear the trumpeter hornbills crying like hungry babies. And when the crowned cranes flew over to come to roost, we would know that we had limited time to find that last elusive cow. There was always one. And then we would turn to nature's Google. We would go and look for a pupa. That's the chrysalis, or that stage of a butterfly or a moth's life. And we would pick it up and hold it between our forefingers and our thumb. And then we would say, Zipinkomo, which in Nguni language, in isiZulu or isiXhosa, means where is the cow? And then we would wait for the head of that little pupa to point in a direction, and then we would go and find the cow. And we never once got it wrong. And so with that, I want to say that, of course, we can scientifically try and explain this. Now, there's nothing explaining the direction and the link to where the cow is other than that the pupa confirms your intuition of where the cow may be, gives you the confidence to go there. And I say to Mohammed, go and find yourself a pupa of a moth or a butterfly and ask where next, and you'll be shown the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, when you're a great person, it's easy for people to talk about you. And when you have exemplary leadership, I want to make a joke because Mohammed has served here for 29 years, and that's how old I am. So you can imagine what an honor it is it feels monumental. And I think every panda here knows he always insists you can be next. And I think it showcased even with the people that have been speaking today. And with that, I would love to invite Sif Hamisi, who is the country director for Conservation International, to give his message to Mohammed Aware and give his remarks. Sif Hamisi, please come on stage. Thank you. Sorry, we've ambushed you. Welcome, welcome.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Now, I want to make it very short. I now work for Conservation International as East Africa Managing Director and also Country Director. And apologies, I'm not so good with protocols. So, Honorable PSs, PS Gitonga and PS Kiptor, forgive me for jumping straight to going to what I was supposed to speak. I joined WWF in January 2010. And my direct line manager was Dr. Tai, who spoke here earlier and is sitting there. And my indirect line manager, who was responsible for Kenya office and is actually been responsible for Kenya office until now, was Mohammed. Now, these two gentlemen don't speak a lot. They speak a lot through eye contact. So Tai briefed me what I was going to be the regional coordinator for Mara River Basin. So Dr. Tai briefed me about what Mara River Basin program is all about and what is expected of my role. And Mohammed looked at me and said, go and show results. And that's it. Go and show results. Ladies and gentlemen, today what we saw in the annual report is an accumulation of thousands of results. That mentality of go show results. That's what has formed me up to where I am. And I would like to say, Mohammed, you mentored me, and not just me, a number of people who are not necessarily in WWF-Kenya. They are working somewhere else, but that mentality of go show results is what we took from you. And I would like to appreciate that on behalf of all the people who have worked under you and with you. I don't think whether I should say much after that. I'm feeling a bit jealous because Nancy was taken around and taken to the networks. You did not. But to be honest, I didn't work also as long with you in WWF-Kenya, just three years and a quarter, I think. But we worked, and up to today, I've always been in touch with Mohammed, and it's been shaping my destination. But the words that keep on ringing in my mind is show results. Now the message to Gen Z, go show results, and not in Google. Don't search Google for those results. Sometimes you are like using the work plan. Mohammed tells you it's not just the work plan, it's the results. Work plan is a means to a result. Work plan in itself is not results. So thank you again, Mohammed, for mentorship. We who worked under you, we were honored and privileged to have been part of your life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Even with an impromptu speed, you see there's so much to say. I would love to now say, if you've just joined us and you'd love to have a meal, our buffet is still open. Please feel free to go and serve yourself something and have a meal at the table. At this point, I want to welcome another special guest, who is Alex Lemakoko, the Chief Conservator of Forest for the Kenya Forest Service. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. My friend Mohammed Awer, who is our chief guest for today, the PSS who are here, PS Kipto, Mugambi, distinguished guests who are here, and fellow CEOs who are here also. Mine is just to say, I came with a speech, and I rolled it under my jacket, but I didn't see anybody coming with some speech here. So I decided to leave it where I was seated, so that I can also express myself, because I think it's a matter of expressing on how we have interacted with this champion who is today telling us that he's retiring. When I was informed about this, I was actually informed informally by Jackson that Mohammed Awer is going to retire, and remember this day because we are going to call you. My name is Alex Lemarkoko. I'm the Chief Conservator of Forest. I'm not very conspicuous. Some of you may not know me. Foresters are not supposed to be conspicuous because we work in the forest, and you will probably spot a tree before you see me. So, but mine is just to say this. I knew about Mohammed when he worked in my home area in the 90s. He was the project manager for a GEF project. In fact, I saved his number as Mohammed Awer GEF. Even now, he's still Mohammed Awer GEF, because that's how I knew him. And he was fairly young that time, and he interacted with my community to an extent that he is actually a family friend. He first of all befriended my uncle, who is a brother to my father, who was a counselor, and he became very close up to now. I think Mohammed, you still have interest in my home area. You understand? And the kind of relationship he developed with the local community helped a lot to develop hope in the community, because it was also a pastoral community. And a number of CBOs and NGOs that are operating now in my home area are related with what was done by Mohammed when he was there in the 90s. So I have a lot of respect for him. I also interacted with him when I was working in Kenya Forest Service, Forest Department then. I was in charge of forest protection, and things became very, very hard in the Forest Department then. And I went to look for a job in WWF. And Mohammed sat me, looked at my CV, and he told me, I think you better off remain in the forest department. Then I asked him why. He said there is more opportunities there than here. I'm glad today I'm the Chief Conservator of Forests because of your advice. Mine is just to say, without saying much that has been done by Mohammed, but I think one of the issues that I really appreciate him, sometimes we are a bit, foresters, we are a bit confined to our work and our environment, but when we interacted with him in Kenya Forest Service, he was able to open up the way we see things. And arising from that, we have been able to link up more with the communities, address the issues as they are. I remember him challenging us all the time when we meet that you don't have to do it alone. Do it together with stakeholders. We are going to support you. So thank you very much for your support. Finally, everybody has talked about retirement, and I agree with everyone that really, I don't think you are retiring. You are basically moving to another space and providing support to what you already providing, like in Kaptagat, like in Oloitoktok. Oloitoktok was a very difficult station for us, but Mohammed came in and supported us, and now we have one of the best tree nurseries, and the community there is really benefiting, arising from the support that we have received from you. Finally, Jackson, you have now taken over the mantle. I promise to work very closely with you, the way you've done with Mohammed. He has mentored you basically very well, and I think you're going to make it. On behalf of Kenya Forest Service, I welcome all of us to support us to advance our president's agenda of planting 15 billion trees in this country. Why I'm late is because I sent by my peers, to look for space for a tree nursery that will produce at least 10 million seedlings. That requires resources. We'll be coming knocking to your doors. So wait for us. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Almost a panda. Always a panda. That I just made that up. I want to recognize the presence of Senator from Elgeyo Marakwet, Honorable William Kisang. Thank you very much for joining us. And at this point, I just want to also remind us, we have some tea. So if you'd like to grab a cup of tea, you're very welcome. Now I'd love to invite our board member, Agnes Odhiambo, to share her remarks on behalf of the board and just a special message to WWF-Kenya.
Sorry, I'm limping a bit. I fractured my leg. At least I was able to climb. Our chief guest, Dr. Chris Kiptoo, PS National Treasury, Mr. Gitonga Mugambi, PS State Department for Forestry, Chair of the Board, Mr. Isaac Awondo, board members present here today, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Is it good afternoon or good evening? I think it is still afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I wasn't hearing your voices. I have sat there and listened to the messages about Mohammed. Initially, I had a speech of about 4 pages because there is so much to say about Mohammed. I've condensed it into one, so I won't take a lot of your time. So it is a great honor for me to stand here today to talk briefly about Mohammed. I've worked very closely with Mohammed since I joined the board in 2018. And over the years, Mohammed has led WWF Kenya with vision, integrity, and dedication demonstrated by his unwavering commitment to this great organization. For some of you who have served on boards or serve on boards, when one is invited to serve on a board, you have to look at the organization. You have to look at the people serving on that board, and more importantly, the CEO and the chair. So when I was invited to serve on the board of WWF-Kenya, I Googled a bit about the people behind the board, and I said, yes, this is an organization that I would love to work with and to serve on the board. And I wasn't wrong, serving with Mohammed and Isaac Awondo. Under Mohammed's stewardship, WWF-Kenya has not only cemented its position as a leading conservation organization, but has also achieved significant milestones that once seemed ambitious, from strengthening its governance and compliance frameworks to expanding our impact across communities, landscapes, and ecosystems. Mohammed's vision and commitment have guided the organization through advancing strategic goals, fostering partnerships, and championing sustainability in the face of global challenges. These accomplishments are a testament to Mohammed's strategic foresight and ability to inspire excellence. And this afternoon, we have listened to very inspiring messages about Mohammed. Therefore, for the Gen Zs, you have an example to copy from. Beyond the numbers and reports, what truly stands out is the way Mohammed has exemplified integrity, resilience, and unwavering passion for conservation. And my fellow board members will attest to this. We have witnessed, as a board, we have witnessed all this. His ability to lead with empathy and resilience has inspired his teams, nurtured talent, and created an environment where innovation thrives. And again, the speakers who have spoken, Nancy here, has attested to that. For that, as a member of the board, I am deeply grateful. Many of us have witnessed moments where challenges were turned into opportunities because of his calm and decisive approach. Mohammed, as you embark on the next chapter of your journey, we celebrate your legacy and the indelible mark that you have left on WWF and the global network. Mohammed, we shall miss your visionary leadership, but we take comfort in knowing that the foundation you have built will continue to support WWF's mission for years to come. You leave behind a very strong management team that will continue to champion the vision that you have set. I want to take this opportunity on my own behalf and on behalf of my family and the board to wish you success in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful and special address from our board member, Agnes. And she said she's strong, eh? Beautiful. Channeling the Gen Z spirit we talked about at the beginning. You remember? The Gen Z spirit. At this point, I want to welcome someone who was a panda, and she's here and she'd love to give some remarks. Agnes Kaigera, please join me on stage for a special message for Mohammed. I just still want to remind us we still have some tea. Sorry, Agnes is on my mind because of the special speech. It is Mary Kaigera. Please join me on stage, Mary Kaigera, to give your remarks. I just want to also remind us, just as she's coming on stage, we still have some tea. If you'd like some, you can pick it and come back and listen to the speeches. Karibu sana, Mary. She also has a special something in her hand.
The principal secretaries here present, the Director General of WWF, the country leaderships, the CEOs, incoming and outgoing, our chief guest, Mr. Mohammed Awer, and all protocols observed, good afternoon. I am not a CEO, I am not a country director, but I've had the privilege of working with Mr. Mohammed for about 5 years. And I distinctly remember my first introduction into WWF-Kenya as I was interviewing for the position of Head of Finance and Operations. And I was quite impressed by his non-interest in my candidacy. So I immediately thought that I haven't got this job. And that was back in December 2018. And in January 2019, I was with Mr. Mohammed in his office signing my offer letter as a head of finance for finance and operations. And again, he seemed quite disinterested. So this journey was going to be an interesting journey. 5 years on, I had the opportunity to work very closely with Mr. Mohammed. I'm very used to calling him Mohammed, so the Mr. is an addition. I rarely come on stage, so Mohammed, this is really a great honor to come and say thank you for your leadership, for the many times we spent wondering how the future would be, and for the many times you taught me that I need to think twice. It was in the small details that Mohammed communicated to us, and I distinctly remember him sharing his journey, as has been said, as a young boy from very humble beginnings who dared to dream, and this dream has come true. Flashback to when I joined in 2019 January, there were rumors that Mohammed was retiring. And those rumors went on in 2021, in 2022, and then it didn't happen, but it's happening now. And I have to say I'm grateful that you did not retire back then, because then I would not have benefited from the leadership and the mentorship that you provided. One thing he told us all is wherever you go, Gen Z or not, document, write down, carry your notebook and paper, because how will you remember? And he mentioned that a couple of times. So Mohammed, from me to you is a notebook and paper. As you retire, remember to journal, remember to rest, and even as you look at your camels and admire, you can scroll and you can draw them as well. Thank you, Mohammed. Congratulations, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you very much, Mary Kaigera, and I agree with you, especially on the journaling, because if you go to a meeting without a notebook and Mohammed is there, there will be problems. Now, we've been sitting for such a long time, and I hope the espresso shot was actually relevant because it's a long ride. So kindly be upstanding so that we can stretch a bit and then go to the third and final shot, most important. Now, for you to be able to sit, your table must answer a question. And my colleague Faith will be coming round with a microphone. And the first table to raise their hands, I will give you the mic. If you say the wrong answer, you will stand for the rest of the event. Question 1. How many years has Mohammed served as the CEO of WWF-Kenya? Sorry. No, the instruction was non-WWF people, please. Thanks. So, how many years has Mohammed Awer served as the CEO of WWF-Kenya? Yes, Please tell us your name.
James Isiche, 9 years.
Great. Correct. Your table can sit. Question number 2. What month and year did WWF-Kenya become a national office? What month and year? Right at the back.
October 2016.
Wonderful. And your name is?
Nelly, and I'm from Masiko. Thank you. Yes.
Good, good, good. You're following. Thank you very much. The third and the last question. Why does WWF keep the panda as a logo? Why do we have a panda as a logo and you are conserving rhinos? Any takers? Not WWF, sorry, Caroline. Yes, Mr. Peace.
It's threatened species.
Thank you very much. You can have your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you, you can all have a seat. So now, if you're outside in the tent, please come on in. We want to get into the final and probably the most important session of the day. Cometh the hour, cometh the day, the man, the myth, the legend. Mr. Mohammed Aware, he has exhibited grit and vision. A round of applause to hear from the horse's mouth. And before you speak, Mohammed, there is a short video. Thank you very much. And there is a final message from the community members. I hope this warms your heart. And we didn't hear from them, but they sent some video to thank you. Please play it.
Rooted in purpose and driven by belief for a better future. From our partners in conservation to every ranger, every researcher, and the communities that you've touched, your impact is felt in every corner of our country. You have built bridges, nurtured collaboration, and reminded us that together we are stronger.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, Mohammed Aware, for the support you have given Siana Girls. We really appreciate you and we say thank you.
Asholeng, Mohammed, CEO, Tesisidai, Rasakayo.
You leave behind not just a stronger WWF, but a living legacy of hope for people and nature. From us all at WWF Kenya, we say thank you, Mr. Mohammed Aware.
I will ride on the protocol established. So to everyone who is here, thank you very much for finding time. We are all busy towards the end of the year, and I really appreciate it. So for mine, it's going to be very brief. All I say is thank you to all of you. I don't get emotional, but somehow, you know, this has been my life all the years. So I want to thank you all in your different ways. I want to start with people we have started with life in this organization, and there are many even in this room. You know, I don't want to spend a lot of time, but I think it will be unjust on my part not to mention people who have been very helpful. Dr. Holly Dublin, I met you at WWF, and you always told me, Mohammed, you have to be all-rounded person. For you to manage things, you have to be all-rounded. Dr. Holly, Dublin, stand up. Actually, there is my classmate for the longest time, Doris Ombara. Doris Ombara and Iowa and the 20 when we met at Egerton College. And although we don't work together, I mean, we even became teammates. We worked under Sam Kanyamibwa, and I also became her team leader. Tai Taferi has spoken. Where are actually all the people who left the WWF that we worked together? Nancy, Amisi, Elias Kimaru, Patricia Mwenda, you are somewhere, Nashipai. Please stand up because I don't see all of you. Eh? For all these, for all of you, I say thank you very much for being my friends. Who else? Let me. Harrison, you are WWF, eh? This Muse is very special to me. He's former regional rep of WWF in Southern Africa. He has left behind a legacy in somebody I really admire and a lot of respect. And now he's a member of our board. To all colleagues from the many organizations that have closed their offices today, Siche, my two colleagues here from CI, Jimel and Hamishi, we have all the CEOs who represent. Rebecca, could you please stand up? Thank you very much. And who else have I left out? So for all of you, thank you very much for coming to the WWF team, the people we work together. If people say that we have succeeded, it's because of you. So all of you, this is not about me, it is about you, all of us. To WWF Network from Mexico to India, from the southern tip of Chile to the northern lights in Norway. I say thank you very much, you have been there for us. I mean, we have had many issues, and you know, you are more than family for me. We care about each other, and I really appreciate that. To the board, I say thank you very much. If we succeeded, it is because of the direction. The direction is provided by board, not by CEO. So I say thank you very much. In particular, I want to recognize the support I got from Isaac as a person and as a chairman. I have said this before, that we could easily have had a different outcome if it were not Isaac. So Isaac, forever I will be indebted to you, and thank you very much. And please, Isaac has graciously accepted to remain behind for 2 more years to steer this organization. And to many of you who are here because you are friends, Dr. Gidaiga is a family friend. He's somewhere. Yeah, there. He was our children's physician, pediatrician. So all of you are all special in different ways. You know, many people talk about, I've done so much for the organization. For me, I say, this organization has done so much for me. My son, Faisal, is somewhere. You know, these guys, you cannot manage them, eh? My son, Faisal, studied in UK for both first degree and second degree. And I got that money from WWF. I don't do, well, I sell some camels occasionally to make up for things. Eh? But my primary source was WWF salary, and I educated him with that. 2 of my sons, as we speak, are in UK pursuing education, and it's not cheap, eh? But this is what WWF has done for me. So for me, I have every reason to appreciate WWF than say I've done anything. And this is a great organization. What was his name? The young man who spoke, what was his name? Yeah. Brian Bego is a young boy who came here as an intern. But many people have come here. And I want to recognize one person who came here as an intern. I will know. This is Dr. Nina Bola. Nina, I think you should come here. Nina Bola was our intern with Sai. And you know, we organized for her. We challenged her. We said, you could do more, you could do more. We took her as a program assistant, and eventually we put her into a scholarship program. Today she's a senior scientist with UNEP. So this is a great organization, and to everyone, those who are online and all of you who have come to join, I say thank you very much. And that's it for me.
Big round of applause. Mohammed, request you to remain on the stage, please. Mohammed. Big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We invite you, Mohammed, back on stage, and also our chairman, Mr. Isaac Awondo. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please have your seat. So over to you, Mr. Isaac, for the special announcement.
It's now good evening. When I spoke earlier on, it was good afternoon. And I'm here now not to make very, very long speeches, but I think you were told that there was going to be a third part of this day. And that's really why we are here. But before I go to that third day, I would really like to just make a few of my own remarks. I wasn't actually expected to say anything today, but I thought it would be unfair to leave this occasion and this event for this for this great man without making any comments. And I think I want to reflect on four things. I think there's just four things which I want to reflect on insofar as Mohammed is concerned. First of all, to actually say that before 2016, I had heard of WWF, but had never come across anybody who did anything with WWF apart from recognizing that it had the sign of a panda. So when Mohammed came to talk to me about potentially joining the board earlier that year, we had a very long conversation, and I asked a lot of questions. He was very, very persistent and told me that he had talked to a lot of people, and they had suggested that I should consider very, very seriously not only joining the board, but becoming the chairman and helping him steer the organization to what it has come to. It has become today. Mohammed, I'm very, very grateful for giving me the opportunity to serve a truly great international organization. The second thing I really want to talk about is about Mohammed, the person. I think everything that everybody has said, the network, the international organizations, the various directors, the various members of our board, the staff, the partners, is actually true, and true about this man. During my tenure as chair and his time as chief executive, we purposed to meet every month. I don't think our meetings lasted more than half an hour. Yeah. And they always used to take place early in the morning. In the earlier days before I retired, and thanks for joining me in that journey. We used to meet at 7 in the morning, and Mohammed tried to continue meeting with me at 7 in the morning. And I think the first thing I told him, Mohammed, with greatest respect, I'm now a retired man. I am not going to wake up to come to a meeting at 7 in the morning. So if you want us to meet, let's now make it 9 o'clock. And so our meetings then moved to 9 o'clock, but they were always very, very good and positive meetings, because in that half hour, we discussed the state of affairs of WWF. We talked about all the interests, and we talked about you a lot, and we talked about the boys a lot, which is testimony to a man who is really comfortable in his own skin, because there was nothing about Muhammad and his family and what he did which we could not talk about. And those meetings we've had over the last 9 years have been very, very precious for me in terms of understanding WWF and just understanding the strength of the network and the strength of actually what you have built in this country, which is an example which can be followed by very, very many organizations in the continent. Everybody who talked about integrity, which is a key definition of yourself, having foresight, the humility of the person, the commitment you have, the networks you have, which for me speaks of soft power. Very, very understated. He does not say very, very much, but I'm confident in saying that there's no office in this country which Muhammad cannot access when he wants to. But it's never talked about. He doesn't talk about it, but if things need to be done, he gets them done. He's open. He's very, very results and outcome oriented. And as we say, we probably, and many people sometimes would underestimate him, but he doesn't suffer fools at all. He'll tell you if it needs to be told, and he will hold back for the sake of peace, but he will always ensure that the message which is required is delivered. Finally, is to talk about, if you remember Mohammed, and I think our CEO in Tanzania did refer to it, the sprinklings of conversation which we started in Cartagena in Colombia, which has led to perhaps the biggest gift you have left to WWF globally, I think, and East Africa, which is around Soknot. You cannot imagine the scale of this project to East Africa and to the world. And I'm grateful that through all the thinking, through all the work, and through all the various commitments you've been able to put together, we are finally moving forward with that. And I do hope that in your retirement, you'll be proud. I know that you'll hopefully be able to spend a lot more time with your wife now that she's back from her other commitments when she was out of the country, with your children, and hopefully with a lot of the friends you have built around the world. And then finally, comment was made about by the conservator of forests, conservator of forests, Alex Lemarcoco, about planting 10 billion trees in this country. I think that if you were to talk to Muhammad in his retirement, he has an answer for you. And he had that answer even when he was part of WWF. And visit a small village in the Aberdares. Joyce, please remind me. Sorry, Joyce. Joyce is the one. The village in Kieni, where an experiment was done to try and see how we could actually develop nurseries to support this very, very ambitious target. If the government of Kenya was to take quarter of an acre on every school in this country and develop a culture of developing nurseries, you will actually find that getting to 10 billion trees in this country, or is it 50 billion? 15 billion trees in this country is actually a very easy task. And it's an idea which Mohammed and ourselves developed, and I'm sure that he can help you take it forward so that as he enjoys his retirement, he uses the experience he has built over the many years of being involved with WWF to contribute something new to a country. So Mohammed, congratulations for really leaving this organization in very safe hands. The mark of a true leader is one who actually pushes themselves out of a job, who manages their succession well, and who sleeps comfortably after the succession journey is completed, and who is able to remain committed to their family on this lifelong journey. And I believe that you've ticked all those boxes. And as we usher in Jackson as the new chief executive to take over from your very, very big boots. And I told him, they are very, very big boots indeed. I know that you've given him all the wisdom that is required. I know that you've shared with him all the challenges which he will face. I know that you've been open enough with him to let him understand that this is not a walk in the park. It's a tough job. He has what it takes, and you pass the baton on to him with very, very open and clear mind and very, very good hands so that he can nurture this institution for the next 10 plus years at least. And so, Jackson, as you take on this role, know that Mohammed will always be available to support you. And in one of my conversations with him, that's one of the things I suggested, that stay away, but be engaged in a quiet way to ensure that what you left behind does not fall down. So thank you very much for introducing me to this side of conservation, and all the best. No, I was a conservationist, but this side of conservation is very different. So thank you very much, and I really wish to thank you and you for sharing Mohammed with us over the last 29 plus years. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Maybe Mohammed, sorry, Mohammed, just remain on the podium, please, and then we invite Jackson up front. Yeah.
Jackson, you can come now so that we can formally. You see, Mohammed never stops working. Mohammed wants to hand over the pen he uses to sign all the contracts. Okay, let's have some of those things which Mohammed would like to hand over to Jackson, and I think it's only fair that you talk through them. Yeah, come here.
Hawa yote ni mashahidi. These are all witnesses. Yes, I'll give him all this.
Bring a hold for you.
Yes. Kwanza hii. Haya, ya kwanza. This is our strategy, the constitution, and everything. More importantly, this is the pen that Marco gave me after signing the network agreement with International. So I'll give it to you. Now it is 9 years. Don't play with it. And now we need to crown you.
Yes.
Here. Give them crown. Now you see the business. Beatrice.
Natalie.
Come with the children, eh? And now, this shirt, you know when I wear it, eh? When it's serious business. This is my shirt, I'm giving to you, eh?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes, fair enough. I'll give them in a chest. Beatrice, utambebea hizi. A historical moment right before our eyes. The handover from the legend to Mr. Jackson. And we are all here to witness. And there are still more goodies or more people. So if you are called, please step up. Who else would you want? The CEOs of WWF Norway and Germany, please join the photo. And the CEO of WWF Denmark as well. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, you can play some music. Wonderful. Congratulations, Jackson, as you take the reins of leadership at WWF Kenya. And we wish you the very best. And now welcome you to...
So it's now my honor to request Jackson to handle the next phase of our presentations. Jackson, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Our chief guest, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I had written a speech, but all of you have said everything. But allow me to just make a few remarks about this role that I've been given and the journey that I've also traveled. I came in contact with Mohammed sometime in 1996 by accident. Why do I say by accident? Because I was a university student at that time, and there was a World Wetlands Day celebration at the National Museums of Kenya. And as students of environmental studies, we went there as members of what we used to call Kenyatta University Environmental Club. And there, I saw this organization, I saw this panda, and more importantly, I collected a booklet titled Our Wetlands. White, written in black with a black panda. That booklet, which I still have up to today, is what helped me get my A on my wetlands course. And because of that, I got interested in WWF. And at that time, WWF used to have an office next to Parliament buildings at Embassy House. I submitted my request for internship. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. Later on, I joined the Wildlife Clubs of Kenya. And I found Mohammed there because WWF was funding an environmental education program in Lake Victoria region as part of the bigger regional program. And I was able to interact with him. I was handed over the baton of leadership at that time to head a training center called the Center for Tourism Training and Research as head of training. I used to invite Mohammed to join us for celebrations alongside Dr. Tai and many other people here. In 2007, immediately after the 2008, immediately after post-election violence, a number of forests had challenges, and the chief conservator here can attest that his officers were nowhere in some of the forests in this country. We formed a small group of NGOs to be able to speak to communities and the Kenya Wildlife Service officers to be able to work together. We did succeed because after that, that succeeded. And while I was on that mission, I was offered the position as project coordinator, civil society capacity strengthening at WWF. And I was with colleagues from WWF. And I asked, do I take this thing? I signed the contract somewhere in Nandi, in one of the technical training colleges in Nandi. I joined WWF on the 5th of January 2009. I take on this baton from Mohammed formally on the 5th of January 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I think my journey at WWF, having been ushered in by Dr. Tai Teferi at that time, has offered me opportunities through the leadership of many people who are here and some of them who have spoken. And more importantly, I want to thank Mohammed for always challenging many of us, demonstrating to us what it means to have humility. I always give an example where we host events. And for one reason or the other, Mohammed is the host, but misses a seat in the place where he has been designated. And I asked Mohammed, let's work out something to see whether you get a seat. He says, don't worry. They will just call us when the time comes. That is the man, the humane, and the man with humility in the name of Mohammed Awer. Colleagues here will attest, he has always challenged us. And one thing that I always remember is, Mohammed told me one time, Jackson, if you want to succeed in your professional life, always look for people who are better than you so that you can be able to provide the strategic leadership, but you don't have to look back and see whether work has been done. Proud that I think that lesson is what I also carry forward in my life. Last but not least, allow me to thank Mohammed for supporting and working hard to make sure that this organization is where it is today. I remember a few years ago, before he announced his first retirement announcement, which was never to be, because of the request that was placed on him by the board. We were having a discussion, and I told him, Mohammed, if there is one gift that you can leave us with, is an office for all of us. He said, Jackson, I will do it. And here we are. We celebrate his time, the 29 years at WWF, in our own premises. I wish to commit in the presence of all of you that I and we colleagues will carry on your legacy. We will keep your friends and even grow your friendships. We will ensure that we deliver the vision that you've set out for us in our 10-year vision till 2030. Thank you very much. We wish you the very best. And of course, thank your family for ensuring that we always are able to access you. Mheshimiwa, I even knew Mheshimiwa way back in 2002 when I was campaigning for her at the World Conservation Congress in Thailand, alongside Ali Kaka and Dr. Bagini of Kenya Wildlife Service. Indeed, we have also worked with her when she was a member of parliament in many legislation, and we truly treasure the time that you've even given to us through Mohammed and yourself, and of course, your family. Thank you very much. And lastly, allow me to thank, of course, my family. One of them is not here with us because she's in class, but thank you very much for the support that you've always given me to do the many things that I do at WWF under the leadership of Mohammed. And now allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to move into the next level. Mohammed, you've heard stories about yourself from staff. Some of them have traveled very long distances to be here. And allow me to recognize one of our staff from Lamu, Ali Salim, who is our coxswain. Where are you, Ali? Stand, please. Ali Salim is from Lamu and is our coxswain. And he has found time to travel here because he is representing all of us who are here and those of us who have joined virtually to be able to recognize this man, Mohammed Awer. Thank you very much, Ali. And because of that recognition, the staff have looked at this man, Mohammed Awer, and they've asked, what is it that is so good that we can gift him? We tried to look back, and we've identified a few things. There are certain things that whenever you show Mohammed, you see him brighten. And you see him, he wants to be there. And he doesn't want to move. And on behalf of this wonderful team at WWF-Kenya, allow me to invite the digital team to share with you the gift of honor to this man that we celebrate today. Please.
My name is Dr. Tura Isako, Institute Director, Beef Research Institute, Calro. At my background, there are two breeds of cattle that we have bred in this station. The female is a cross of Brown Swiss and Boran. We do crossbreeding to come up with an intermediate breed for meat and milk dual-purpose animal, and they can fit in different agroecological zones of Kenya. They are good feed converters, they are hardy, and they can produce up to 20 liters of milk under grass condition. When you just feed on grass, they can produce up to 20 liters. And their climate is smart, very good feed converters, efficient feeders. The bull is Boran, improved Boran bull. And the Boran is very good for meat. It is indigenous to Kenya. Climate is smart, they can fit different agroecological zones, highlands, medium highlands, and even dry areas. They can grow up to 800 kilogram when they are mature. And again, it is climate smart. It can survive under very dry condition, and it can also walk long distance to look for feed. In the face of climate change, these two animals are the best to fit in different agroecological zones of Kenya.
Thank you very much. In a small way, Mohammed, that is a gift from our staff. And we would like to show you, as you feed your livestock, this is a chaff cutter that will make sure that you have enough feed for those cows that you've seen there. And the story behind those animals, and allow me to request the Calro team to stand. That is Dr. Isako Tura, and we have one of the directors for dairy. I think he's just stepped out. The story behind those breeds of livestock is that of building livestock breeds that are resilient to climate change. And with the help of Calro, WWF staff have gifted you that very humble gift to say a big thank you. And after you have taken care of the cows and you've taken them to rest for the night, allow me to present you a small gift. Where is the other gift? And I will ask the chairman to come and present this, and maybe the PSs, the two PSs. This, you know, you are now going to be an elder. Now the other elders can share it with you. Thank you. So, PS Mugambi and the chairman and PS, you can present this gift. So that is one of the symbols. Now his job is to go around attending weddings and yeah. And then this other gift is something he can use. It's a chessboard. So when he's done with his work, he can sit with his wife and play chess. That is the gift from your staff. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Yeah. And allow me to invite Amina Mahalim and Mheshimiwa Amina Abdallah. Please come on stage. And yes, Esther, please.
Good afternoon, or good evening, everybody. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been established. Today, as we celebrate Mr. Mohammed Awer's remarkable career, we also want to take a moment to acknowledge somebody incredibly important. His wife, Honorable Amina Abdallah. She's a strong partner behind the Shimiwa. You have been a huge supporter. You have been patient. You have encouraged our leader. And we want to take this opportunity to say thank you to you and your family for your contribution to this great organization. You have shared in the challenges and triumphs of this organization, often silently, always steadfast. This milestone is yours as it is Mr. Mohammed Awer's. Thank you for being his greatest ally, and thank you for everything you've done to help him reach this moment. We wish you both a blessed and joyful next chapter together. Please accept this gift as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you very much. That is the session that is a part of the last part of our program. Now, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to call on stage PS Mugambi Gitonga to be able to make his remarks, and also take the opportunity to invite PS Kipto, who is our chief guest for this important day. Karibu sana PS.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the incoming boss. Thanks so much, and I wish you the best success so that you can move the institution forward. I don't know if it is evening or afternoon, but maybe let me say good afternoon, come evening. Really, a lot, the chief guest, my colleague who is here, I don't know how to describe Mohammed, the main person for this event, all the distinguished guests who are here. I can see we have our honorable members of parliament, especially our senator from Erega Marakwet, the family of Mohammed, and everybody who is here. Let me take this opportunity to say that it's a great day today. But as I'm here, really I don't know what more can I say for Mohammed, because a lot has been said. And for me, I will take a very short time. Actually, with me from the ministry, I and speech to read. But everybody else is not reading. Also, I will not read. Let me talk about Mohammed off the head. And one thing which maybe has not been said here, which I would want to say about Mohammed. Do you know Mohammed is also a politician in one way or the other? You don't know. Let me tell you. Personally, I met Mohammed when I was working in water sector, Ministry of Water and Irrigation, and specifically in irrigation. And that was many, many years back, almost about 20 years ago or so. And we continued being friends. Somehow we could meet, but we didn't have a lot we are doing together. One day, the institution I was working for, National Irrigation Authority, got into serious problem with the Committee of Parliament. And you know, they are very powerful. You know, politicians are good. And they can be banned, they can be nasty. My friend, don't hear that. Yeah? We got into serious problem. And now we sat down and they said, how do we? It was a very serious misunderstanding between us and the committee that was oversighting us. And then we said, how do we get out of this? One of us in the management actually mentioned the name Mohammed Awir, can negotiate us out of this trouble. And I was given the assignment to look for this Mohammed Awir. So when I met Mohammed, he asked me a simple question. When I told him we're in trouble, he asked me, you have messed, what have you done? And you know, the man does not talk a lot. You know, one sentence but can mean a lot. I told him, we have not messed, it's a misunderstanding. So the following day, very early in the morning, I think it was around 7, Mohammed came to our premises. And we saw, you know, everybody now was really listening. We didn't give him our problems. He listened, then he asked, are you sure of what you have told me? We told him yes. He told us, give us time. Mohammed brought us together with the politicians, with this committee, and within 2 weeks' time, we were the best of friends with the committee. And from that day, we worked together. But he cautioned us, don't mess again. and we never messed again. So, Mohammed, negotiating with the politicians is not easy. And bringing people together, you must be also a politician of a kind. Isn't it? So, Mohammed, thank you so much, because those are some of the qualities. Maybe, when you are in WWF, those things maybe are not here, but outside there. When we worked in water, also Mohammed became like our intermediary between us, because we were doing a lot of water works in northern Kenya. And sometimes we used to have problems with contractors and communities, and Mohammed became an intermediary. Anytime we want to do a water project, we call Mohammed. He would go pacify the community, they accept us, and then we move forward. These attributes were not, we did not take them for granted, because they assisted us to move forward as a government institution, and we delivered a lot. Mohammed, on many occasions, has comforted me a lot. When sometimes you are in a very precarious situation, you want a shoulder to cry on. You call Mohammed will come and listen. He will tell you that is easy. Do 1, 2, 3. And you find yourself sailing through. One thing, like when I moved from water to forestry, it was totally a new area. I did not, I was not sure what was there. But somehow I did not invite Mohammed, but he came to my office. When I reported the second day, Mohammed came to my office. And he asked me, are you comfortable? I told him, honestly, I'm not comfortable. He told me, relax, all will be well. Mohammed continued coming in my office for the next 2 months. I think he noted in his system, now this man is okay. Then he disappeared. Now he started looking for him. But Mohammed, thank you so much for that. Because, he was telling me, this is the world of conservation. It is not difficult. You will make it. We have been there, and if you want in help, we are there to assist you. But among all, there is something which Mohammed has defied. Unajua, Mswahili alisema, ukitaka cha mbinguni. Shati uiname. Yaani ukitaka hiyo mnaelewa. Shati ufanye nini? Sasa mimi nikiwa kwa ofisi pale, na nataka assistant from Mohammed. So napigia Mohammed simu namuuliza, Mohammed, I have a problem here. I want to come and see him because I want this assistant. You know what Mohammed will tell you? I am the one who will come. Don't come. Unamwambia no, but I'm the one who has a problem. So let me come. Within 2 hours, you will see Mohammed in my office. It's me who need the help. But Mohammed will come. The only thing is that when you talk with Mohammed and he tells you it's okay, take those ones to the bank because he will do it. Thank you so much, Mohammed. And he does not beat the bush, and he does not talk a lot. Soft spoken, okay, that one we will do. I'm telling you, you can just take that to the bank and then believe it, because that is what Mohammed is. The only thing which I've never understood with Mohammed, this Mohammed here, is you have a big function which he has sponsored almost 100%. You expect him to be on the front line. Mohammed, you will not see him anywhere. You have just said it. So you have to look for him there. Your seat is there. Sometimes, he has no egos. A lot of us people in these offices, we suffer from a lot of egos. Ukubwa. I don't know. You are in a big office like that and you don't feel it. It's a big blessing, I'm telling you. That's a big, and it's a big attribute, which personally I've taken from Mohammed. Mohammed, also, I know I have frustrated you somewhere, and I seek for your forgiveness. Yeah. this thing of Kaptagat, which is Kiptor Chan, and which is assisting us to really restore the Kaptagat forest. We are replicating it in many parts of this country. We are doing it in Mau, we are doing it in Monterregon, and Mohammed knows some forest in my home which is not very good. And he told me now, start yours so that we come. Anytime I meet with Mohammed, when are we coming? I always keep telling him, I will tell you. Sorry, Mohammed, But as much as you have transitioned, I will still look for you. That day will come. You will come as a guest in one or the other because you have really pushed me to do that. But I said, let me start by pushing my colleague PSs. When I have 10 of them take up, then I also take. And then I compete with them. It's not that Kipto is very much and I don't know to Tamshika Namnagan. But all said and done, let me say this. Mohammed, thank you so much. I can stand here in front of you and count tangible things that we can, as a ministry, as a government, we can attribute to WWF and, of course, through the leadership of Mohammed. We can tell you how many kilometers of fence he has assisted us to put around our forest. I can tell you how many hectares of degraded forest he has assisted us to restore. All these things, fact by fact, are here. But now, since we are not reading, let me not get into that. I can tell you for fact how many people around forest he has assisted in capacity building. He has assisted so much in carrying out reforms. And we have carried out a lot of reforms with his support. The other day, about 2 weeks ago, because we have come with a lot of regulations, about 8 of them, and some they are changing the way we are managing our forestry in a land commoner. So I told him, because to do this, we need to expose our parliamentarians and our leadership in areas in countries where this is happening, and the countries are reaping big benefit from the forest. And he asked me, where do you want to take them? I told him, South Africa, the example of South Africa is working. And within no time, within a week, he was able to sponsor about 8 members of parliament to go to South Africa. Now they are telling me, bring that regulation. Mheshimiwa, ikikuja Senate, please, your colleagues went in South Africa, usiulize muende, but pass it. Because of the trust that we have, your colleagues has developed on that. So there is a lot that you have assisted us to do. We have done it, and I thank you so much. I will not take a lot of time. Of course, I have already taken a lot of time anyway. But as I finish, allow me to sincerely thank your wife and your family, because all this, they must have given you very serious support. And since I know Mheshimiwa from when she was in parliament, I thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. You know you also supported us a lot. And this family, I can really associate it to a lot of success in the water sector in this country. Mohammed and Madam Mohammed. Thank you so much for that. Having gotten there, let me say this. Chairman, this country, yes, we have a serious and a very important dream which we are working. It's not just a dream, but we want to achieve it. We want to bring the tree cover of this country from the current about 12% to that percent. To do that, we have to grow 15 billion trees. In order to grow 15 billion trees, it means every year, for the next 10 years, from 2022, every year we have to grow about 1.5 billion trees. To date, we have finished the Dandia, and our achievement is, of course, coming with all the strategies that are required, the necessary and we have been able to do 1.5 billion trees as of today. But we know we are short of where we are supposed to be, and we call upon all of you to assist us. We know this dream is, I would associate it to Kiptoo, who is sitting here, and to a big extent also Mohammed, who they had worked together in order to come up with this. So that when we came to the office, the issue was already on the table. Ours was now to start implementing. But we need to understand this 15 billion trees brings a lot of wealth. In addition to environmental issues, a lot of wealth for this country, which we all need to hold hands and achieve. We have, Chairman, we have worked with the schools. We have managed to bring the necessary legal frameworks. You know, in this country today, if you don't do that, you will never move. You will be in court. To avoid that, we have been able to bring the necessary legal framework, which allows every primary school to have a nursery, and supported by CDF. We have moved CDF by up 2% to support that. But more important also, as the CCF said, we are doing nurseries. We are reviving the nurseries in our forest, the 300 of them, in order to meet, because the biggest bottleneck we have are the seedlings. That is affordable seedlings to our people. And they also remember, as we do this, that 1% of these trees are supposed to be fruit trees. So when you come in to support us, please, whatever support you give us, that 1% fruit trees, that 1% other trees to be planted. So having said all this, allow me to do the other assignment that I was given. And this is to invite my colleague, who is the chief guest, Dr. Chris Kiptoo, who has also a deep wealth of knowledge on conservation. Actually, you know, he left me his desk, so I sat where I used to sit. But there's a story which you need to know. You know, before just Kiptoo left the office, he had written a very serious letter to Treasury demanding for money for conservation. Then, before it was answered, Kiptoo landed in Treasury now, and now he wrote back to me telling me there is no money. This is the irony of life. So anytime I remind him that. So when I want to squeeze him, I always remind him that. So Kiptoo, please come and talk about. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
I don't see Mohammed. I think he left. He's just going to do what is characteristic of him, which is to make sure he prays at the right time. So I think he will be joining us shortly. But may I say, all protocol observed. Good evening. Hamjambo. Now, I think my role today is very simple. I was assigned to be chief guest. But speaking last, I'm just going to confirm that everything that every speaker has talked about Mohammed is true. And nothing but the truth. So I don't even know what to say. Perhaps let me introduce the people who have come, who came with me. And I told them they have to stick with me because they are the ones who delayed me in Elgeyo Marakwet, where I was. Senator, please come over. And also the president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This is Eric Ruto. I think you can introduce yourself and explain what we were doing in Elgeyo Marakwet.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is William Kisang, Senator from Elgeyo Marakwet County, and we are sorry we delayed the PS because we had our inaugural business summit in Elgeyo Marakwet County, and the chief guest was CS Lee Kinyanjui, and he was unable to come because the airspace was closed for 3 hours. So Chris had to become the chief guest. So that's why we delayed him. Mine is just to thank Mohammed for supporting Kaptagat Integrated Conservation Program for over 9 years. Next year, we'll have the 10th edition. Kiplagat, I'm sure you'll invite him. Yeah, you'll invite him as ex-WWF. And we want to pray for you that you've taken the battle today. You'll succeed and grow WFF to a higher level. His wife was my colleague for 5 years. Your wife was my colleague for 5 years. She was my boss. She was the chair environment. And she did a great job. When she actually said, I don't want to be in parliament anymore, 2017, and then we took her as parliament to SRC, and before she left SRC, the relationship between parliament and SRC became good because we used to fight over salaries, you know, and the salary that we are fighting about, actually we don't even use it. We use, all of it is taken to Arambis. So at least I'm happy here. The first control of budget is here. We are doing well in Senate, but the governors need to do more. There's a lot of wastage. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Chief Guest, Dr. Chris Kipto. And with the tradition that has been established, I would not want to talk very much because you know I'm a businessman, and you know business people are concerned about time, and when you use a lot of time, you lose money. So I don't want to do that. We were attending an international trade and investment forum at Elgeyo Marakwet today, and thank you, PS, for bringing us here today, because when we are talking about the international network and connection, I've met a lot of international people here, a lot of great people here, but what I will go home with is a 15 billion. I don't know whether it was a number of trees or it was a wealth. So as a businessman, that is what I would want to walk home with. Thank you very much, Chris, for bringing us here today.
Okay, so let me make one declaration, that I am not a trained environmentalist. In fact, I'm an economist by training. And being an economist by training, I know Dr. Thomas Kibua is here, who was my deputy governor for a while in Central Bank, will confirm to you that there's something called diminishing returns, the law of diminishing returns. And I can see that law as set in, because I can see the mood is such that people want to now finish this function. So I promise not to say or make you stay longer, but that's just to appreciate the fact that I was invited to this forum and met to be chief guest. Again, to apologize for coming in late for the reasons which have been indicated to you. But I could not afford to miss this forum because I have a very special relationship with Mohammed. I knew Mohammed when I was made to be PS Environment. That was in 2020. Before that, I was PS Trade for 4 years, from 2015 December to that 2020, it was January. And in all that time, I got to know the new CEO, Jackson Kiplagat, because he comes from my region. And I had started the Kaptagat idea in 2017. Actually, much earlier, when I was in the office of the Prime Minister, I used to meet Agnes when she was controller of budget. I used to meet Isaac Awondo when he was the chairman of the Kenya Bankers. But we never, those initiatives I used to do, we never named them as editions. But when I became a PS, I felt maybe I need to start naming. So first edition, second, which was 2018, 2019, third, fourth. I think that it is in the fourth edition that I met Mohammed. And he came in, I don't know how we gelled, but he just came in, he became my friend. It was Kiplagat who brought him to my office. We discussed, and I saw a man that I think I've heard most of you describe. He's a man of very few words. In fact, he doesn't also eat much. You invite for lunch, he will take something little, and then he shies away. Like now, today, this was his day. How many minutes did he take here? The events I've organized, like who said it? PS. He will run away. You have to go and he's in the program to speak, but you have to get him somewhere so that he comes to be on the stage and to speak. And when he speaks, he will say very little. But I can say behind this man with very few words is a rich legacy of results, as many of you have indicated. We have achieved a lot working together, especially on our space environment and forestry. The Socknot project that you were talking about, I think I worked very closely with him, together with Tobiko, Keriako Tobiko, and we were able to give the support. We used to call it Southern Kenya, Northern Tanzania project. And we also worked even on the Elgeyo Marakwet side on we called it an integrated master plan for the rehabilitation and restoration of Elgeyo and Cherangany Hills. And we wanted to do the Kaptagat work beyond Kaptagat. In fact, in Cherangany. Then we got a challenge with the Sengwer. And I remember the Sengwer went to WWF offices in London and demonstrated because there was something called free prior informed consent, which they said had not been undertaken. We didn't give up. Mohammed said he wants some place where there is no much politics, and he has really helped us to steer the program of Kaptagat conservation. For some of you, that program is was in Gishu and Elgeyo Marakwet. It is a forest that I've adopted 5 forest blocks. Kesup, Sabor, Penon, Kaptagat, and another one called Kipkabos. The entire acreage is 22,000 hectares. And when we started, the level of degradation was very high. Up to now, 9 editions, we have managed to restore 3,000 hectares. And the percentage remaining, I think we wanted scientifically, PS was to do it, but I think it is between 10 and 5% remaining. We have done 90% or to 95%. We are waiting for the work to be completed in terms of the survey. But working with Mohammed and together with Kiplagat, we were able to design this Kaptagat project in a way that now PS is saying everybody has taken it as a model. We have 4 pillars. We're calling it, the first pillar is, in Kiswahili, Mazingira Bora, which means focusing on conservation. The second pillar is Maji Safi. We want to make sure that in undertaking this program, every household has water, and we are targeting 28,000 households. The third pillar is Kawi Safi, which means clean energy. And here, we want to make sure that we are addressing demand factors of degradation, that drive degradation. So we are trying to reduce grazing in the forest and fetching of firewood by not saying you can't go to the forest. In other words, trying to work on the things that will make the households depend less on the need to go to forest, which is why we have the 4th component or the pillar called Pesa Mfukoni. This is where now we work on livelihood programs. Like Mohammed, as somebody has said, he's the one who helped to look for the first 25 cows that we gave from Calro. And he personally went there. And he chose. And he, together with Kiplagat, we managed to give the families. The idea is we want to upgrade. Most of us, I think we are all pastoralists. And in fact, by the way, I needed to say I had a great speech to make. And it has been written. I have heard everybody saying they have written. I don't know whether you appreciate that it takes a long time to prepare a speech. So can we appreciate first all those who have helped us prepare speeches? And to also say, can we surrender all those written speeches to the new CEO and also to Mohammed so he can just read in his time what we wanted? Because there is so much I have said about you, because we have talked about you and I being pastoralists and the love for animals. And there are many things in that speech you will read. So I think so far we have been able to do well. And we did something called Greening Kaptagat through the UK support. There's something, another program from UNDP. And there's also from Japan. It was also in Germany. There's a lot. And I really wanted to appreciate the fact that WWF-Kenya has been very supportive to that program. For us, you have actually been our technical arm. And there's a very good gelling, working with the PS, Mugambi here, and the previous PS, I was telling him now I'm here, that is Kimodo. You should have invited him to come here also. I think it has been a great partnership. And really want to say, for me, I support conservation. I use my free time to do that. And I know that working together, we are going to achieve a lot. In fact, I want to confirm, as PS has said, we worked on the strategy on the 15 billion. When the president took over, he called us and he said he wants a new strategy. So he said, I want beyond 10%, because at that time the ambition was 10%. We worked out and we saw that we could do 30%, restoring 10.6 million hectares, which was twice the one on the 5.2, the famous 5.2, is it 5. FR 100, is it FR 100? FLN 100. So I want to say it is achievable, and because it is late, I just want to tell Mohammed, you have not retired. In fact, to me, we will just use you in other forums. He had pushed me to establish an organization. So that after, when I retire, I'm able to drive conservation. So I don't know whether I should encourage you to start one or invite you to mine, which I've already established, and you help me drive. I think that is something we will work together. Through this time that I've known him for this many years, I've come to know the family. And I was surprised that I knew the wife before I knew him. Because Amina Mohammed is someone I had known all along previously, but I did not know the relationship. Then at my workplace, new workplace, when I went, where I first wrote the first letter, I declined to approve funds for forestry, I found that his son also is working at the National Treasury. That is Faisal, and he's there. I want to confirm one thing, having known him, that you have put a lot of work to raise him. He's a hardworking young man, and I think his future is bright. Keep it up, Faisal, so that you rise beyond even CEO, because I think you have what it takes. I don't think I've got to meet the other members of your family, but I look forward. He invited me to go to look at his cows in Kitengela, and I think we managed to go. And I wanted to go back again. I didn't manage to go to Garissa. I hope now that you're in retirement, you can take me. So, with those very many remarks, I really want us to appreciate Mohammed by way of a clap. Let's give him a standing ovation, because he deserves. And WWF Network, you are a great team. I want to say you have, as an institution, you have a high reputation. And I can tell you that in the time I've known Jackson Kiplagat, there could be no better person than him. He's a man of integrity. I know him very well. I think WWF Kenya will be in very safe hands. We shall be available to support you going forward. I have some gift to give from myself and the members of my team, including Mesha Koima here, I think the rest of the team, plus my wife. Meshach, you need to come and read what this means. Bring your, or our sister here. do you want to open so that we are transparent?
So it signifies.
Let them come over together with the chairman and the PS and the new CEO. People like that. Senator, you came with me, so you can join me. And what Amina? The family. Yeah, please right there. So we'll take as a group first.
Yes.
The young people full out.
Yes.
Remain with the family, and then remain with the CEO.
Okay.
What does this mean?
So as you can see, it's very colorful. It has all the animals right there, from the elephant, giraffes, and the rest of them, but it signifies respect for nature and stewardship. It reflects a deep appreciation for the natural world and the idea of protecting it. This symbolizes your legacy of care, guidance, and positive influence. So when you're in your living room, you can, as you can see it, you appreciate and you remember you have a friend who wishes you well. That's from Dr. Chris Kipto, the PS for the National Treasury. Thank you.
The new CEO go there. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm now done with my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we reckon there are a number of guests who would like to offer gifts to Mohammed, and also those gifts that we need to be offered. But in the interest of time, I'll invite you to just sit down, and then we hear a final vote of thanks from our board member, Dr. Richard Kagwamba, and then we bring this to a close. So welcome, Dr. Richard, for the final vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, MC. I think I've been given an impossible task of saying thank you to all these good people and to all the good speeches that have been made from far and wide. Our chief guest, PS Chris Kipto, PS Mugambi, all protocol respected. WWF-Kenya really respects and says big thank you to all the effort that the government of Kenya has really over the years provided with the partnerships between the organization and the government. We know for sure that WWF-Kenya, with the leadership of Mohammed, with the leadership of our chairman, and all the staff of the organization, would not have succeeded without that goodwill from the government of Kenya. And thank you very much, Bona PS, the two PSs, and the other representatives of the government of Kenya who are present here today. We would also want to extend our thanks to all the conservation partners who are present here today. We have had very many non-government organizations who are represented here today. We have seen the CI, we have seen the AFAO, we have seen the African Wildlife Foundation, and several others who are not even present here today, but they have sent their goodwill to what is happening today here with WWF-Kenya. It won't go without mentioning the people that have really, really helped Mohammed to steer this organization to the hallmark of what we have heard today from everybody. And that is the WWF network, which is wide, which is global, which is international, and also very much represented here. We have seen the videos, the goodwill that have been presented over here from South America, from Europe, from many other partners who have been mentioned here. I think each and every continent of our world have been somehow represented, have sent goodwill to what is happening today. The staff of WWF-Kenya, we have heard your words, and I think it's a big testimony to the relationship that you have had with Mohammed Awel over the years. We have seen ex-members of WWF who are here today, representing other organizations, but also having very good words to say. I think, again, that is testimony to the work that has been done by all the WWF partners who are here. The WWF board members, I think, as our chairman has clearly said here, you have done a big work to support the organization, right from an office to a national office that, as we have heard today, is very respected, and indeed is the second office in Africa to attain that status. It's commendable that we have also heard good words from representatives of the other WWF partners that are existing in the region. Thank you very much, everyone, for those good words and also being present here today. It will be important as well to thank those who are not here today. And I think the actual local communities that have been mentioned here today would have wished to say big words in support of WWF. Those are the partners who are outside there in the landscapes where WWF is operating. They are the ones driving the change that has been mentioned today by our chief guest and by all the other speakers here. The conservation work that has been mentioned as well by Dr. Tefere is really conservation and the people. All of this is being done by WWF-Kenya for the sake of the people, in partnership with the people, to live in harmony with the people. We have heard those good words from everyone, and I think we need to thank them, tons and tons of thanks for those who have mentioned those very good words. We should also mention the people who have been having sleepless nights in organizing the event for which we are here today. They have done a big job in making sure that all of us are here, we are able to do what the task was. And they have done a tremendous job to ensure that we are comfortable, and they have provided the networks that are necessary for this to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Richard Kagwamba, and I'm a member of the WWF Kenya. I'm very proud to have served in this organization, and we look forward, as we all have spoken, to the big heights that this organization will be moving in partnership with all the partners, including the government of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, you forgive me if I forgot to mention any other organization. We'll not be able to mention word by word, but thank you very much, everyone, for having participated and provided the good support to this organization, and the cheerful send-off to our going CEO, Mohammed Awel, and also welcoming Jackson Kiprangat to steer the organization. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Richard. And on behalf of myself and Faith
Co-host.
and the whole team, thank you for spending your wonderful afternoon with us. Have a great evening.
And happy holidays, Merry Christmas for those who celebrate. We hope you enjoy your time. You know, it's very tricky to spend a Monday with people, but we honor you and we thank you for gracing us this afternoon, this evening, and we wish you all the best as you go home.
And all those who have gifts for Mohammed, please just hang around. We'll have a photo session as you hand over. Thank you very much. Good evening. God bless.
Yes, and the DJ can cue some music for us.